Oh yeah, gonna have to read this one. 21 and only. 18 plus, people. Adult-oriented content, not safe for work. The following content may be disturbing and graphic and highly unsettling. The use of flashing lights and complex, fast-moving images may affect some sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is highly advised. And hello, Lita Caproni. I want to start today by digging deep into your imagination in the darker portions, where you may fear to tread in most cases. These places unknown to most. Only the most dysfunctional, the most harried, scared, ruthless, fear-mongering amongst us know these places. So I ask you, the intrepid traveler, to join me in the darkness. And I hope that you understand. This is not some place I take you lightly. My friends, I take you into the darkest realm by the hand. To show you lore that you may not be aware of, something that you may have not individually explored.
I got 20.
And with this, I introduce you, if you don't already know,
I think you guys like the sock puppet, so
to the world of the Thorps. Once known as the darkest family on YouTube.
What are you doing?
The voice you hear is that of Courtney Thorp, the mother.
A case for somebody to come
I open a door
screen.
in a dark place.
You're not making a case.
Though flush with light. The car she sits in is where she lived at the time a year ago.
And I know I'm not making a good case. Make the case that people should give you money. Why
the stakes were different then.
What's wrong with you that you wouldn't
The behavior is very
for money?
removed from where we are today.
I agree.
Before we go further, I think it's time
a lot of good content for a long time
that I change the channel. And now let me adjust to your own personal vibration.
when you did approach her, what was the response? So she was just like, it's like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset
Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, they'll save you from the cat hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, look up. Look up, look up. It'll save you from the getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, and it's like ain't no place no tell us smashing and surprises with a wave of the hand. Look up, the world needs you to look up, so we know who you are. Best friends round us, feeling light. Mamas and sisters scared of truth. Nationalists fighting to be the biggest brutes. Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, it'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, look up.
Welcome, Allie. Welcome, Lita. Welcome all to the Thorp you don't know. Our journey today takes us deeper into the lore than most have gone recently, and I figured it's time to bring back some of that lore to the forefront, to have a conversation about what may have actually occurred, what the points of view actually are, how much of this is show, how much of this is manipulation, how much of this is dysfunction, how many people are partaking, how many people are part of the show. We here at Look Up, we want to tell the truth. We follow the story. We don't take a side. So be prepared. This is not for the faint of heart.
I never. Okay, thanks.
Once again, what we have here is
okay,
the mother Courtney
we'll
Thorp.
Do a little bit more of sock puppet.
Over a year
If you wanna
ago
donate to
now.
My Cash App. Apparently it's there.
2022, I believe.
I got 20 in it, which is great, and I really
At a time
appreciate you
period
guys.
where she
I really
was
do.
homeless, living in her car,
I think you guys
streaming,
like the sock puppet, so I'll
trying to
do this.
include herself
Okay, so,
and be included with what is known now as Thorp Court. The streaming channel with over 180 to 200 people watching regularly for up to 9 hours at a
You're
time.
supposed to be
Now, if you're not
making
familiar
a
with
case
that
for
and
somebody
what's
to come
important
on
about
screen.
that,
You're not
it's a feat that
making a
not many
case.
in the bottom of YouTube achieve.
Well, I'm asking them, and
Now, if you're wondering what has
I know I'm not
happened,
making a good case. Make the case that people should give you money.
well, I think
Why
it speaks
are
for
they
itself.
Here? What's
The
wrong with
image
you that you wouldn't ask
shows a
people
distraught
for money?
and disturbing
I agree,
episode.
Like I've given them, I agree.
Streamed
I've given them
live.
a lot of good content for a long time. What's the problem?
By someone who seems
yell at
both
them.
disassociated or maybe
See,
she's
that's
on
what you
drugs.
do.
We don't
You're
know.
hostile.
This is alleged
You
only,
just
but we know
yell.
what we see.
Do you think people are going to give you money for yelling at them? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Like, I shouldn't have yelled at my chat, and I'm sure they want to give me money. I'm just not quite sure how to get it.
The e-begging in this scenario
I'm asking,
is out of
I'm
need.
spiraling.
And if you're not familiar with where the
Spiral
Thorps are
Go
now,
ahead,
Ben and
see what
Grace,
happens. Okay, so
the daughter and father,
I'm spiraling
They are in the
inspiring,
position that
like, it's
Courtney was
weird to
in at
ask
this
for
moment in
money and,
time
like,
that you see her
I don't know,
over a year
like,
ago.
one part of me is saying, like, why did everybody give so much money to Ben and they're not giving it to me? It makes me feel like, that, like, I don't know, that I like, people, like, I don't know, like, it just won't, like, they just won't pay for me.
They just won't pay for her. That's the sentiment at this moment. Hello, everybody. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation and by way of which take it someplace most people do not expect it to go. And this evening, I bring you the story of what was once known as the darkest family on the internet. And I would say that there's more to the dark story than most would give credit for. And that saying, I bring you an unfiltered and unflinching review of early videos that still exist out there. I must give credit to those who still have these videos up outside of Shamu and some of the others, because I think most people are very familiar with that documentary work. In this case, we will be looking at old videos on Thorp TV. We will be looking at Dr. Computer and several others, but mostly from the viewpoint of Grace herself, because I also have some information and some blogs directly from her point of view during the time period, and it seems to be collected as evidence. I'll let you be the judge. So let's move on to the story.
I guess it's like a, what's it called? I don't know, like when you ask people to give you money, it's
called e-begging.
And you say, like, okay, I get it, the rubber hits the road. Like, they actually don't. Oh my God, no, I'm gonna guilt everybody. No.
The behavior we see here is somebody who clearly
no, I'm sorry,
is having mental issues,
oh my
possibly,
God.
as well as
so
struggling financially.
Phil. I don't know how
now,
much
why
you said,
would this person be struggling financially? Let's look at it this way. At this moment in time, the lore goes that Courtney left her family for a period in time after the loss of a restaurant. Now, she went in and out of the house. The father, Ben, tried to gather them together, and she and Ben tried to reconcile. But during this period, there was a fallout. And this was during the beginning of the streaming phase. Now, Courtney was not there the entire time. And most of what Courtney did in the streaming phase no longer exists, at least on YouTube. But what we do have is a shocking and telling tale of somebody who may currently be using this time period as a MO for, well, what could only be called retaliation. Once again, I'll let you decide, because we have a lot of material to cover.
Appreciate it. You've been very generous. You gave us a camera. You sent some money last night, and like that's super nice of you. That's just really nice of you. I really appreciate it. Let's see. I get $5 for $5, Courtney. Wendy, you could ask.
Good to see you, Lori Sue. I am
I think when you
sorry,
guys
my chat isn't popping up. I've got a new chat thing. Let's see.
A lot of stuff. Like, it's fine. I thought when Grace was like drawing yesterday,
there it is,
that she should have kept going with that, and just drawn a bunch of pictures. I think people would have given money for that, because I thought her pictures were really great.
Lot to deal with.
Okay,
yes.
So like
streaming is.
So Phil sent money.
The stream. Lori Sue says, "Well, hell, going live, homeless, living out of one's car is a lot to deal with." The streaming illustrated what she couldn't verbalize. It was her extension of the crisis. Yes, I'd agree absolutely. There's a lot of tension and pain going on, as well as a lot of resentment and a lot of feelings, and we'll get deeper into that. There is some absolutely wild footage, and we'll get into the blog as well, because we have several different points of view here.
David sent money, all appreciated, super appreciated. But I don't think I'm gonna, like, if you guys want to like come up with stuff and say like, I'll send you like this much money to do this, I will do that. But I'm not gonna ask anymore, because I just feel like if you want to do that, like, that's great. But like, I don't know, like, I felt like I really guilted everybody. It was awful, and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
You can see that she's not accustomed to this lifestyle, that she's not accustomed to turning this into some
like,
kind of, this
slow
isn't
down,
a show
slow down,
of her sitting in the car.
Okay, so, all right, slow down. All right, so here we go. Let's see. What do I need money for? Do you need a place to stay? Are you homeless? Fill me in. I do need money for, it would really help if I had some cash. I can't really say why, like, I need cash, but I could really use some cash. It's just like, it's a weird situation. I understand that.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So little information is probably not like a really good pitch.
No.
But
could be anything.
yeah, forget the money. Just forget it.
I give her credit for. Lori Sue says, I give her credit for breathing. I'm not familiar with her plight, therefore no judgment. And but at this juncture, I can only imagine how frightening it is. True. There's a lot going on in this. Now, mind you, she wasn't unused to not being at home. She had often, as the lore goes, and we'll come to hear more about this, left the family and left Ben with the children. To essentially do whatever out in the world. And that can be whatever you would imagine. We'll hear that from the players themselves. But yes, it is a frightening thing to lose one's home and balance, to be rejected by one's family, to be turned out into the cold. These are things that should not be taken lightly. But I also have to point out that to each side comes a story. And what seems, at this moment, to be a sympathetic figure might actually be the perpetrator himself.
Jonathan comes on and makes a case with me why I should ask anybody for money. Like, I feel like, I can't do it anymore. Okay. So, how you guys doing?
Obviously very uncomfortable with the scenario.
I'm getting crazy. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm getting a little crazy. Starting to not think right. It's cool. It's good. It's all right. We can do this. We can do this. Do Courtney spiraling. It's good. It's gonna be okay. Let's see. Let me think. Like, okay, so sometimes the best way not to spiral is to talk about something else. Like, get out of that thing and like say, like, okay, what else is there?
Yes, this is very true.
What else is there to talk about? Let's see.
I don't know, Courtney. What else is there to talk about in the scenario? Well, my friends, there's a lot to talk about in this scenario, because I'm also going to share with you something you may not be familiar with. There it goes. Some of the background of where the split happened in the streaming era of the Thorps. Now, the Thorps are a dysfunctional family with 5 children, 2 adults. They had many properties, and we can look at the timeline from the point of view of Grace, written in 2022. Grace starts with, Ben and Courtney are married in Newport in 2002. Late in 2010, Abyssinia Restaurant starts. Early 2015, Abyssinia Restaurant closed by the health department. 2015, they begin an Airbnb, obviously in the properties they own. Here's the thing. Those with nothing to hide, hide nothing, nor do they need to prove anything. Ah, yes, indeed. She's obviously trying very hard to prove something to someone. Yes. Oh, very, very, very much so. Ben starts talking more to Grace in spring of 2019 and learns about Courtney's abuse and Grace's depression and alienation. It's a very interesting line. So I want you to remember that from Grace's point of view, in her testimony in this scenario, from her blog, she says Ben starts talking more with Grace in 2019 after Ben first brings marital issues to Courtney's attention. Now, the language is interesting here because one could often see, things you learn from your parents in the language used. Which direction? I am not going to actually even try to figure out because there's too much in the way. There's too much dysfunction from my point of view. So once again, you, the viewer, you can make the decision, basically. Because anything that we can do is look into this picture, look into the darkness, and observe. Ben starts talking more with Grace in 2019 and learns about Courtney's abuse and Grace's depression, alienation. Early in June 2019, Courtney breaks, I'm not sure what she means by that, and admits to acting maliciously towards Ben and Grace. I don't know what specifically that is, but I think we will find out, by the way. September 2019, Grace begins her junior year at Classical High School. February 2021, Courtney moves into the Warwick mansion. I would have to guess that this is when Courtney and Ben split up. January 2022, the family lists 3 properties for sale. Of how many, we don't know. January 16th, 2022, Ben and Grace leave the mansion, live in a car and hotel. January 30th, 2022, checks hit for the sale of the 3 properties. 2022 proper, they begin streaming. December 22nd of 2022, Grace creates this website. So there's the basic detail of where the timeline goes. Now, I will tell you this. This is a scenario where, one, this seems like an abandoned page. This does not seem like something that is actively kept up with. But what it does very clearly appear to be is a contemporaneous dialogue, a written record of what happened at the moment. So let's start in December of 2022, not long before this website is created, with a page called John Assaults Grace. John being her younger brother. On Grace's younger brother. On January 2nd, 2023, around 10:30 a.m., Grace left her downstairs office in Warren, pick a screen to choose from, and went upstairs to the apartment she shared with her brothers John, Charlie, and Tom to make a bowl of yogurt. When she entered the apartment, she noticed John making fun of Tom for how he was sweeping something up off the floor. She told Tom he didn't have to listen to John's bullshit. And as John had a history of bullying his younger siblings, especially when he was going through something difficult, as he had just come out of knee surgery on his left leg and he had been particularly irate lately. Tom smiled at Grace and laughed it off, but John didn't like what Grace said, and he went into the bathroom and he told Tom, maybe if you're nice enough to her, she'll suck you off. That's some crazy shit. Why would the sibling say some shit like that? Holy bat balls. So the family isn't wanting for money, but attempts to do street YouTube streaming for income. Here's the thing. Those with... sorry. It is open to interpretation. Lori Sue. Toxic Angle, what's going on? How you feeling? Good to see you. I am going through Grace Thorp's blog and some early Courtney. And I am actually doing a deep dive into the Thorp you don't know. And actually, just for you, because I know you appreciate it. The Thorp you don't know. Anyhow, I'm reading Grace's blog of the time period, December 22nd, right when the accusations over abuse really started, and where a lot of this comes out into the public eye. Both the physical abuse that starts with John assaults Grace. Let me shrink on down so you can all get a real clear image of this. This is from the point of view of Grace, by the way. Oh, shit. Is it restarting every time? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How do I not do that? Well, that's a little wacky. I don't know why it restarts every time I... Can one trust the blog or the family members' recounts? Excellent question. Excellent question, Lori Sue. This is why I leave it up to you. We can only observe this and parse what we see from each side, and once we see the videos, we can make our own judgment calls on the third eye point of view and synthesize what we kind of take in. But it is telling, and we do generally believe in the legal aspect that things that are contemporaneous like this, although public, tend to be more accurate for the sake of argument. Whether they are true, we can only look at the video and kind of piece together that there's definitely bias involved with a lot of the parties and a lot of the views. Let's get back to it. On January 22nd, on January 2nd, I read this, 2023, around 10:30 a.m., Grace left her downstairs office in Warren and went upstairs to the apartment she shared with her brothers John, Charlie, and Tom to make a bowl of yogurt. When she entered the apartment, she noticed John making fun of Tom for how he was sweeping something up off the floor. She told Tom he didn't have to listen to John's bullshit, and John had a history of bullying his younger siblings, especially when he was going through something difficult. As he had just come out of knee surgery on his left leg, he had been particularly irate lately. Tom smiled at Grace and laughed it off, but John didn't like what Grace had said as he went into the bathroom, and he told Tom, maybe if you're nice enough to her, she'll suck you off. Grace was incensed at hearing this comment and began recording as she knew John usually lied about what he said. She went over to the bathroom to ask him what he had just said. This is the video that follows. Now, sadly, we can no longer view this video because the video has been removed for violating YouTube's terms of services, which lets you know that there was actual violence involved. And I can tell you from seeing the video that what happened was not just shocking, but from the first person point of view of Grace getting strangled, and then her phone falls off to the side, and essentially John attacked her. And I remember that, hey, what's happening, Abe? How are you feeling? Good evening. That there was a violent episode, essentially. She was knocked around and choked. And this was live. Or at least she posted the video. So, yes. Not everything is as it seems initially. And where do I get the proof of this? Well, my friends, after the attack, Grace went back downstairs and told her mother and father what had happened. They were both live streaming at the time. Ben was in the office and Courtney was at her house in Warwick. They weren't in the same building. Yes. So this is often what I think part of the audience goes for, is to have a comparative to say that somehow they're experiencing something better than what the Thorps may be. And that is a sad state of affairs when you talk about the moral play, the audience reaction to the show that makes them as much of the show. But I digress. Ben said she had every right to call the police, but was not enthusiastic. While Courtney asked her not to call, John came into the chat on the live stream and laughed about what he had done. Grace told John through the live stream that she wouldn't call the police if he apologized, and he said he wasn't sorry and that she should call. So she called Warren PD and showed them the video of the above. He was arrested and charged with assault. They did not at that time have paperwork. At court, the Warren prosecutor asked Grace if she would like to keep pressing charges. She told him she didn't want to and would be happier if it was all cleared. He asked her if she was sure, then cleared all the charges against John. Almost a year later, John tagged his sister in this message on her Discord server. And that message says, "You deserved every bit of that beating, Grace." So, that alone is fairly interesting. Let's read some of the commentary down below. I find this very interesting. You and Ben are great in December 22nd, 2023. Keep up the good work. Reflected fate. You and Ben are bitches. Not long later, reflected fate. In the clips where you're laughing as your father appears to violently kick John, you seem much worse than you do in the unedited version, where it's clear that you were laughing nervously the whole time. I'm glad I saw this version because it showed a side of things I hadn't seen before. Can you imagine seeing some other point of view? Distinction, what's my angle? It's the story. It's the lore. It's the things people have forgotten. It's how quickly they've forgotten. Nothing more, nothing less. This 2-bedroom apartment you stated in the video, 3 of your brothers were living in there. Where did you sleep? Do you believe that just being on leases gives you full access? So this is a very interesting comment. I think that this is one of the landlords. Do you believe that just being on leases gives you full access to the unit anytime you want, even when the people living there ask you to leave? Who the hell is that? Liked by one person, so we don't know who that is. And then a day later, John charges Ben with assault. Now here we have all of the records, and these were released, by the way, apparently by Grace. I won't dox them, and I won't go deeply into the record, but I find this portion from the Warren Police Department fascinating. Can you describe in detail how you were assaulted by Benjamin Thorp? This is obviously the detective or policeman asking John Thorp what happened. He pinned me down in the car, pushing my neck down to the center console multiple times to the point where it was difficult to breathe, and I thought I could lose my life. Policeman asked him, "Are you in any pain at this time? And if so, do you require medical attention?" John says, "My neck hurts from where he put his shoulder on it. I don't require medical attention." A question from the police officer says, "Where did this incident occur?" At what approximate time did the incident occur? Sometime between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. What started the incident between, what's good, Hurricane? How are you feeling? What started the incident between you and Benjamin Thorp? I disobeyed his order to talk to him. Was there any property damage as a result of this incident? And if so, who is the owner of the property? He smashed his own speaker. I don't know if my cats are okay because I don't know where they are. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, by the way. Did anybody witness the incident? Everyone in my family except my 2 youngest brothers. Are you in fear of Benjamin Thorp? John says yes. Has Benjamin Thorp ever assaulted you before? If yes, how many times? Yeah, I don't know if you call it assault, but he's hit me before about 7 times in discipline. Does Benjamin Thorp own any weapons? And if so, what kind and how many? I have no idea, none that I have seen. Do you have any protective orders in effect, naming Benjamin Thorp as the defendant? No. On January 3rd, 2023, around 7:20 p.m., John Thorp drove off from his apartment in Warren, not knowing where John had driven off to. Ben and Grace drove to the police station to ask for a wellness check, as she was extremely agitated and had just come out of leg surgery and was driving a broken down car that was unsafe to operate. They unexpectedly met him at the Warren police station to find that he had filed a report against Ben for assault and battery. Ben attended court twice, and while John later told Grace that he wanted his father to get charged, the Warren prosecutor dismissed all charges. Once again, Ben attended court twice, and while John later told Grace that he wanted his father to get charged, the Warren prosecutor dismissed all charges. The previous day, January 2nd, John had been charged with domestic assault against Grace. Finally, someone is bashing the Thorps to, I was there for the lore, Pero. I figured it was about time to bring it back up so it wasn't lost, because it's starting to get lost. And it's important for the long-term understanding where the mania, where the trauma bonding, where all these things that we see that aren't so apparent, that are just under the surface, where they originate. The previous day, right before Ben was charged with assaulting John, John had been charged with domestic assault against Grace, and he was given a no contact order. So let's just think about that for one hot second. Ow! Okay, so John has a no contact order the day before he charges Ben with assault. And the parents have gone looking for him because he's agitated from the day before, and he has a issue with his leg. This is more than just fascinating. This is another level to the agitation, another level to what could be driving much of the scenario, as well as youth, as well as an agitated young man. These things are, a thing when you're 18. You may not have the self-control and emotional wherewithal to really contain some of the agitation. We have video. That's coming up. So, he was charged with domestic assault against Grace and was given a no contact order. Splitting your already tiny audience between two chats is such a distinction. It's not about that. I'll put it this way. For me, it's more about the story and the technical. Those of you who do enjoy the show, I appreciate you. And show, my friend, the show. If I really wanted to grind, I'd be here every day. It is that kind of thing. This is art. This is so. And actually, the other the short stream, I've actually gained a bunch of little sub pickups here and there from that, which is fun. And new people that would have never seen me. I really wanted to go hog wild, I'd get the rest of the channels going, but let me read the story. So, charged with domestic assault against Grace and was given a no contact order that he was violating by continuing to stay in the apartment that Grace used. Ben had gone up to the apartment on the evening of January 3rd to try to talk to John and ask him to stay at his mother's house or at a hotel for a while to wait out the no contact order. So there's another house he can go to, and actually, my understanding, there was more than one house. So that's interesting. John talked calmly with Ben for a while. Ben got seriously agitated once his mother Courtney joined them upstairs and eventually tried to shut himself into his bedroom. When that didn't work, he left the apartment extremely upset and wearing only his socks. Ben, Grace, Courtney, and Tom stayed upstairs in the apartment for a few minutes. Then Ben decided to go downstairs and ask John to come back up. Okay, so let me read this again because this is a little confusing. John talked calmly with Ben for a while, then got seriously agitated once his mother Courtney joined them upstairs and eventually tried to shut himself into the bedroom. Oh, so John tried to shut himself into the bedroom because something went wrong. When that didn't work, when he couldn't keep them out, he left the apartment, extremely upset and wearing only his socks. Okay, Ben, Grace, and Courtney, and Tom, the other brother, stayed upstairs in the apartment for a few minutes. And then Ben decided to go downstairs and ask John to come back up. Grace began recording this video then. Oh, I'm using one of my like 10,000 pairs of Shure 315s. Thank you for asking, by the way. Really easy to replace. You can find them pretty much everywhere at any music shop, anywhere. The 215s, the 315s. Every once in a while, they'll have like the 5s and 6s, and it's like, well, I don't want it. I'm going to destroy these things. They sound great. They, things sound good here. It sounds great at the high end. It's got a couple of drivers in there. It's not much more than you need. And yeah, I don't feel bad about being rough with them. So yeah, now that I've just did a, hold on a second. I need to turn towards the camera for this one. Thank you, Shure. Shure brand, making the same shit since 1956. Anyhow, I digress.
Are you coming back up? Okay, John, the cats are going with your mother. You cannot have them.
Oh, I am so glad you said something about an observation of that nature, Lori Sue, because I do believe there is something in the back and forth here. You've never seen this before. You've never seen the antics. Say, wait, well, just wait. Hold on to your horses and your seat. We were just looking at preface forward, the beginning. Oh, am I jigging out? Am I having a hard time? Am I stalled? Wow, what happened there? It looks like I stalled out. Very weird. Sorry for the folks in the mainstream who are getting a little jiggly wiggly. Let me see if I open up a tiny bit of bandwidth here. Fascinating. Sorry for that, folks. Stand by. For those of you in the short stream right now, thanks for hanging out while I do this weird little techie thing going on. Seems like one side of my stream decided to be wacky. Let me let the audience know. All right, hopefully that will fix that. be coming back up any second. Sorry for no image, folks. Looks like I need to restart the stream one more time. Damn. Breaking the flow and everything. See how it goes? There we go. Now I've got image. There I go. Hey, what's happening, everybody? What the hell was that all about? I don't know. What shit happens? It's OBS. So, in any case, if anybody sees anything like that again, just scream at me. Thank you very much for standing by. Let's get back into the video. What we're watching here is John be addressed by Ben Thorp, and I'll roll back the video to where they're on the way down the stairway. If you're just joining us, we are covering the Thorp you don't know. Dollar Store Triple H and Ric Flair. Wow.
Are you coming back up? Okay, John, the cats are going with your mother. You cannot have them.
Okay, so let's fact check John right here. He claims in his statement that he doesn't know what's happened to the cats. He doesn't know who's taking care of them. His dad might have them, when his father very clearly states to him, and he may have forgotten in the things that go on after this, but let's just keep it in mind that Ben says to him, your mom is taking the cats. And then
Understand that? We can talk about it, but if you don't want to talk about it, then it's...
Charlie, can you open the door? I bought this. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Okay, John. You need to talk to me. Not right now.
Let go of it.
It's mine. I bought this. It's expensive.
okay, so I need to stop right here because there's another thing that comes up, is that in the complaint that basically caused all the trauma and drama that we see now in the Thorps, it all stems from a filing that resulted in a restraining order by Courtney Thorp, where she claimed she was beaten on the head and chest, I believe, and face, and that she received welts and bruises. Now, this is evidence that, well, I'm not certain what I'm seeing completely, but I don't see those bruises personally. If you do, please let me know, and we should take a look at this. Lori Well Again says, well again, mediocre in nature, but stupidly significant in their own minds. How utterly juvenile to play their dysfunctional family issues out on social media. This is a tragic happenstance of the modern day, Lori, that people can actually make money from displaying their dysfunction and being trolled. Right.
The cats are going with your mother. You cannot have them. You understand that? We can talk about it, but if you don't want to talk about it, then it's...
Charlie, can you open the door?
There's the box of cats.
I bought this. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Okay, John. You need to talk to me. Not right now.
Let go of it.
This is mine. I bought this. I bought this. What are you doing? Don't touch me. You need to talk to me. Not right now.
Go there.
This is mine. I bought this.
So here's a good look of, oops. Gotta have a different mode to look at that closely. Stand by. So, I'm not seeing bruises, at least obviously. I'll move the image over so we get a better look at it. I mean, I don't want to seem biased. I don't want to seem outlandish. But if somebody had been beaten on the head and face, there would be some kind of wounds, I would guess. Nose bleeding or something. Lip cracked. I don't see swelling. It just looks like Courtney looking like Courtney. This would have been after she claims she'd been attacked. So, I don't know what to make of that. We'll look at the report as well.
This is expensive. I'm gonna put the cap back on. Why are you touching this?
Because I need to talk to you.
Yeah. Stop using things that I have no control over.
I'll hold you for a bit.
Once again, this is a day after John has strangled and attacked his sister.
Talk to me.
There's another shot. You could clearly get a shot of Courtney's face.
Expensive. I'm gonna put the cap back on. Why are you? I bought this.
Courtney missing. I would gather her attorneys probably told her to get off the net finally. I would have to just assume, or you know, that's what happened. Because I mean, it's when you're in the middle of a court case where you have custody of your children. In this situation, you really have to be careful with what you say and do, I would gather. And what do you guys think? Does this look like somebody who's been beaten about the face and neck? I don't know. Dubious. It's dubious. Yeah, I don't think Ben was too worried or thinking about that, but there was a lot going on for certain.
This is expensive. I'm gonna put the cap back on. Why are you touching this?
Because I need to talk to you.
Yeah. Stop using things that I have no control over.
I'll hold you for a bit. You're gonna.
You do need to talk to me.
Okay. Your mother needs to.
Lori Sue says they're creating dramatic conflict and efforts to continually blackmail each other. And an educated judge would find this boring and see it for what it is. Well, I believe that that's been happening. I believe that that's why much of the charges and many of the situations are going up in smoke. And that the judges are looking at the situation and saying, everybody's kind of fucked in this situation. Everybody's kind of wild.
Take the cats out of here. We can talk about it.
I'm gonna.
What is it you want to try?
You need to stop doing this right now.
Okay.
Put my cats back up.
Put them in your car.
What are you doing?
We're taking them to Greenwich so that they can just be there. They don't.
You can't have 5 taxis.
I'm gonna. You need to fucking.
You're gonna what?
I didn't
Go
say
ahead.
anything.
Go ahead. You say it. Good Dad.
Okay, so let's observe that one more time, because what you just saw there is something that we should think about when it comes to aggression and what had happened the day before, and the fact that this is a young man who at that moment in time has a restraining order against him from his sister. although she is standing there filming, and she is laughing. Do we know that that's humor, or do we know that it's uncomfort with the situation? We don't. We don't know either way.
Put my cats back up there.
Put them in your car.
What are you doing?
We're taking them to Greenwich so that they can just be there. They don't.
You can't have 5 cats.
I'm gonna. You need to fucking.
You're gonna what?
I didn't
Go
say
ahead.
anything.
Go ahead. Say it.
Now, I'm not a father. I'm no one's parent. But I would imagine that if one of my 5 children had already gotten unruly and arrested for assaulting somebody, I would probably want to stand up and get in his way if I saw him starting to make the gestures or behaviors of getting out of line. Where that line is curbed, we can only gather after the fact. But what we do know is that the first punches, the first grabs, the first chokes were from John.
Stop getting in my way.
You're gonna what? You're gonna what? You're gonna what?
I'm not gonna say it. How you like that?
Don't touch me.
I'm gonna. You need to fucking.
You're gonna what?
I didn't
Go
say
ahead.
anything.
Go ahead. Say it.
Stop getting in my way.
You're gonna what? You're gonna what? You're gonna what?
I'm not gonna say it. How you like that?
Don't touch me. Can we have a conversation?
No, we can't. You ruined that privilege of yours.
It's not a privilege.
Yeah, it is a privilege to talk to you. I'm the best person ever.
John, you're gonna cause yourself an injury here. You're gonna cause yourself an injury.
Get away from my door.
We need to have a conversation. This game.
Get
all
away
of this
from my
game
door
play-
and stop touching my shit!
Yes.
Stop it!
Go ahead.
Stop!
The aggressor here is pretty clear. The dude flying off the handle is pretty clear. The father is pretty clear. The uncomfort amongst everybody in the situation is palpable.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, tough guy.
That's mine! Don't touch it!
Go ahead. You're gonna get injured now.
You touched me.
Let's go. Go that way. You're gonna get injured. No one's gonna pick you up.
That's some interesting language being used. Kind of cruel.
You need to use your mind and make a decision that makes sense. You can't run away from difficulties. You do not have power over anyone anymore.
So I'm thinking this, so I have to actually express how dramatic and film quality this is from this angle and this point of view, standing back in the third eye. Fascinating for so many reasons, both for the macabre and for the fact that there is a framing, even if not all participants want to be there.
He's calling the police.
Well, this is fascinating right there, because if he's calling the police, wouldn't he be the one in trouble if there's a restraining order against him? They'd be asking what he's doing there. Wow, one asshole giving another asshole advice is similar to the blind leading the blind off a plank. Lori Sue, pointed as ever.
No, he ended the call.
It's fine. It's all great content.
It's an interesting thing right there. Do you think Ben was being cynical, or do you think
No,
he was being
ended
honest?
the call.
It's fine. It's all great content.
Take everything out of there. Threatening.
What did he say? Now this, coming up right here, is where everybody's seen the clip.
Take everything out of there. Threatening.
No, if you injure me, I will call the police.
You're obstructing something that I need to touch. You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call it. Call them.
Lori Sue says that she doesn't care what their personal version of honesty might be. This is Tony Soprano 2.0, Hurricane Paro says, and their reality is so skewed and perverted is the word, and not as in a sexual sense, but distorted. Perverted meaning distorted, yes. There's a lot going on. There's no innocent party so far.
Do this stuff. Call the police, baby.
Do that again.
Take everything out of there. Threatening.
No, if you injure me, I will call the police.
You're obstructing something that I need to touch.
That is such an odd thing to say. You're obstructing something I need to touch. I understand he's in a panic mode or whatever, but that is an odd thing to say, right? I mean, like,
call the police. I want you to call the police. Call it. Call them. You're gonna do this stuff. Call the police, baby.
Do that again.
Call the police.
the video cuts right there. The allegations of attack go past that point. After this video, Grace went upstairs and then came back down a few minutes later and recorded this video from the stairs. Lobster and Finance, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have so much to cover. You've only missed the preface and forward, essentially. And we're watching some video and reading some blog that maybe some people have missed. Directly from the horse's mouth, from Grace's point of view, early on. And thank you for being here. Toxic Angle blog. That's actually where these videos are connected to. The only one that's not here is the actual video of, well, that's to come. I don't want to spoil or give away too much, but there is at least proof of abuse and admission. Whether that's, you know, incestuous edible or not, you can judge for yourself. I don't think that we can really know that, other than it's clear that there's a very, very unhealthy relationship going on between these folks. And I'll just run that back just a little bit further. Or maybe I won't. Oh, hopefully that didn't get taken down. Oh, it didn't. Let's open it up in YouTube. No, that is Courtney Thorp trying to block John in the car. That is also the same evening, what would be just after, Courtney claims in the restraining order that Ben has beaten her, and she claimed to have bruises in the report.
Mom, no, 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 no. Get off. Get Mom. 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 Stop it.
Lobster, generally a bad call. Generally a bad call to get up on a car with an angry teen who doesn't care that you're on it. And why is she trying to block him this way? It doesn't make any sense to me as far as the situation is concerned.
Call them about what?
So this is very telling. Call them about what? And that's where the video ends right there. This is from, go back to the blog page, from Grace's blog, contemporaneous to the time period. Because what I believe this is actually Grace keeping an evidence file. I believe that this is Grace trying to build a case. I could be wrong about that, but it sure does read like that. Later on, she says, John told some friends on a Discord call, voice call, his side of the story. This audio was later uploaded to a video on a YouTube channel called Shamu, who was one of the people on the Discord call. And you might notice that I'm not sharing Shamu videos. That's because his are widely distributed. Most people have seen most of that video. These videos are the ones that are buried, a little harder to find, and more focused from Grace's point of view.
So,
Lori Sue says, Toxic Angel says, it's one big happy family. And John and Courtney having an affair, can't tell which is worse. Yeah, I mean, this is alleged. This is fully alleged. And it's something that, honestly, when you hear the story and you hear the allegations from Grace, when you hear what's being said and then the just fabrication of accusations coming from Courtney, one can only presume there's some strange projection, some weird behavior, and then her riding on top of the car trying to stop John. There's more, though. There is quite a lot more.
I'll give you the basics. So
what we're listening to is John in a Discord with Shamu.
He wanted to have a power trip, and he basically said, I have no right to be in my room because there's no like official division of the space.
Make sure to like and subscribe to Shamu if you're interested
there's
in
no official
seeing
division
further
of the space.
documentary
We didn't
information.
make a rule like you can't cross like this border here or whatever, you know.
Lobster in Finance says always have one of the wiper fluid nozzles angled at the hood. Good advice, generally good advice, especially if you're going to have clingers. Stage 12 clingers. Lori Sue, Hurricane Perro says, it sucks, but that's life. I have family members that hate me too, but that's okay. You're still living your life 100. True. More power to each of us.
And he said, you have no right to be in this room. I said,
when you don't like someone, you stay the F away from them. That includes family, especially family.
Room if you want. And he came in my room. I started playing music to try to get him to leave. I was trying to de-escalate the situation. And he grabbed my speaker and smashed it.
I want to point out some observation of behavior, physical
I have
behavior.
No right to be in my room because
that doesn't
there's
seem
no,
like it
official
fits in all of
division
this.
the space.
Though we have
Like, 'cause
seen
I
Ben
pay 50%
act
of the
out.
rent, but like, there's no official division of the space. Like, we didn't like make a rule like you can't cross like this border here or whatever.
I'm challenged to find
he said,
the
"You have no right
aggression
to be in this room."
in what this edit is or the cut.
I said, and then I said, okay, fine, I don't care. You
And
can
or
come
the
in my
broken
room if you
speaker.
want. And he came in my room. I started playing music to try to get him to leave. I was trying to de-escalate the situation. And
Yeah, I was.
my room if you want. And he came in my room. I started playing music to try to get him to leave. I was trying to de-escalate the situation. And he grabbed my speaker and smashed it on the wooden floor. And also he threw a shoe at my
On the
kittens.
wooden floor.
Yeah, I was unaware the kittens.
On the wooden floor. On the wooden floor. Is anyone else? I'm sorry, what is exactly happening to here? Does that look like a wooden floor? Okay.
I told the police officers, I said, honestly, the number one thing I'm like freaking out about right now is what's going on with the cats, because he said he would strangle them. I do think he would drown them.
And then John started crying and said, "Stop recording, this is not a game."
Walked out of the room, like hobbled out of it, and then I went down the stairs. I didn't even put shoes
Mind you,
on.
these
I
are
grabbed my
clearly
car keys.
edited to some
I went to my
fashion.
car. I went to my car. I had noise canceling headphones on that I put on. I went down to my car, and I just sat in there and put my headphones on. And
He's describing the instance between he and Ben, by the way, to Shamu.
down the stairs. I didn't even put shoes on. I grabbed my car keys. I went to my car. I had noise canceling headphones on that I put on. I went down to my car.
He did go down to his car.
And I just sat in there and put my headphones on and just enjoyed the events transpiring, which was my sister standing behind my car, not letting me back out. My dad screaming at me from
So he
the
says,
right
first and foremost, his sister standing behind the car, not letting him back out, and people screaming at him. I'm hard pressed to remember that. Hold on, bear with me, friends. So his sister was behind the car?
Cannot have them.
I'm confused. Ha! To be honest, I blame Sarah for introducing me to these weirdos. Grace exposed herself by calling me annoying as fuck, as why she doesn't bring me up on her panel while her being present. So I cussed her out on the server. And yet, he could have chosen to stay inside and avoid all of that. Imagine that! Grace behind the car, people are screaming at him. I'm not seeing it, I apologize.
So, and he basically,
Sorry, let's get to the point we're at.
I went down to my car, and I just sat in there and put my headphones on and just enjoyed the events transpiring, which was my sister standing behind my car, not letting me back out. My dad screaming at me from the right window, and my mom screaming at me from the left. And then they left, and I thought that it was
Grace was the one
clear for a
recording.
while, so I took out the engine oil because my car has an oil leak still, and I haven't been driving in or keeping up with the oil.
Don't forget, we see Grace coming down the stairway from her point of view, and you see Ben coming down the stairway. So nobody was there before this point in time. This is fascinating.
It's just leaked all out, so I had to fill it up before I drove. So I went outside the car. I opened the hood. I started pouring the engine oil in. I undid the cap, and then they came down. One of my Timmy, whatever you guys call him. I don't know if you know him. He had my kittens. My mom had he had my cat. My mom had my kittens. They said they were going to take them if we don't have a conversation right now. I said, I can't do anything about that because I physically can't. I said, you escalated the situation to this point where I cannot have a conversation with you about it. Obviously, like, what do you, we're going to have a conversation about this. So then my dad tried to grab the engine oil from my hands.
So once again, let's roll that back, because I'm finding a very interesting little
escalated the situation
split in the story from reality here. I don't know about all y'all.
With you about it. Obviously, like, what do you, we're gonna have a conversation about this. So then my dad tried to grab the engine oil from my hands. And then he also grabbed he tried to grab the engine cap, the engine oil cap, and I actually ended up screwing it on and retrieving the engine oil that he stole. Then I slammed it and tried to get back in my car, but he was standing in front of my door.
That's a fascinating way to describe the situation.
Interesting. I was incredibly frightened that they were going to have the cops called on me because I touched him, which I did. Up to this point I didn't, and I didn't touch him, and I was incredibly fearful of that happening because it just happened to me the day before.
Okay, so there's another moment. He said he was incredibly fearful, yet he's the one who got straight into Ben's face. Mind you, John is 6'4", Ben is 6'8", so he's a tall dude too. Fascinating.
And they were taking videos the whole time and laughing.
Very interesting.
And then I walked away and tried to walk to the police station, but I realized that wasn't going to really happen because I was wearing socks, and it's like rainy here. So like there's puddles everywhere.
He just realized he was wearing socks, even though he had gone outside before and sat in his car and then gone to put oil in his car. Oh, my head. I'm sorry, it's so quiet.
Get some help.
Yeah, there we go. Good golly. Hold on, let me turn my effects up. That's very ineffective. Very ineffective soundboard. Hold on. Here we go.
Get some help.
There we go. That's much more like it. Let's hear those things. Thank you. Woo! Yeah. There we go. Much better. Oh, hey, spell check sucks. What the F is the ultimate point in his rendition of the experience, unless it's fact-based and documented. It's essentially, yeah, it's his storyline is bullshit. So far. It's just a teenage boy angry and misrepresenting from his point of view. Truly gaslighting the situation. It's fascinating in so many ways.
Then I went
Mind
back
you,
to my car.
he's talking to the documentarian Shamu. And I have always had to wonder about some of these folks, whether their angle is to specifically just make the Thorps look terrible, or if they really do believe what they're doing, or if they're just gullible enough to believe an 18-year-old who was angry that he got arrested and a restraining order against him the day before. Fascinating stuff. I mean, who's to say what's in their minds? We can only observe.
Point, I think he moved, so I was able to get in the driver's seat, but he blocked the door from shutting. So what happened from there was he started screaming at me to get out of my car and talk with him.
Distinction,
And,
you just
I
joining
said
us, you
no,
haven't
and
seen
he
the
came
whole
in
rest of
car.
this.
He put like half his body. He's put
You
his
haven't,
whole
you
upper
haven't
body
seen,
in the
I'm going
car
backwards in
and
time.
was like bashing me
Distinction.
against the center
You might want to
console.
hold on to your beliefs.
And like pushing my head back so like I could barely breathe, and like putting his elbow.
So there used to be complete video of this, and if the Thorps are out there, or Shamu, I think, has some of it, or the YouTube Schizophrenic has the rest of that stuff, you know, I will happily add this in a later date if you do have that. But we don't have that. So what we can do is take his word and then kind of look at what the aftermath was, which didn't seem the same, and we don't know. We do know what the report says, but we also know what Courtney's report says. And we'll get to that after the phone call.
My neck. And like it was like a lot of force. Like it wasn't like he was joking around. It was like, this was like a serious, like this, he was like doing this, like this is what he was doing. Like at first I was like,
oh yeah,
I
distinction.
don't know,
Also,
like,
just be wary. You just walked into a club bar where everybody else is a bouncer except for you. So just warning.
if I can trust this guy's being honest.
Oh yeah, I'm
what
going,
he's
by the
doing,
way, this is
because
all preface and forward distinction. None of this is this portion is new. It's just adds context that's important to the story for those who know nothing of this.
he's doing like this content stuff, which is destroying my life. Because he has like manic episodes about it now. So he's pinning me down, and I take my phone out to try to record it, and he takes it from my hands because I can barely like move my hands at that point because he's like got me pinned in my car, and my car is pretty small. So he takes my phone and he throws it on the concrete outside, and he asks Courtney to pick it up, and she does, and she holds it from me.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you because you walked into a private bar and everybody except for you has a wrench. I don't. That's there. The chat is theirs. Yeah, I don't tell them what to do. Just telling you. Especially if Lita comes back. Be careful. It's like a biker bar out there, bro.
And then at a certain point, I was like,
don't blame me.
Like, I thought
I just own
die.
place.
Like I thought, like at that moment, like he was going to just go for it and kill me. So I started bashing his head with my hand, like frantically. There was no like rhyme or reason to how I was hitting him. I was just saying like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't want to die right now. So I was like pummeling him as much as I could, and like trying to get him. I wasn't really pummeling him. I was like just trying to push him off mostly. And then he eventually gave up and stood up outside the car. And my sister at this point had not parallel parked. She parked her car behind mine, so I couldn't leave. And then, so they have my phone. They're not allowing me to escape. And then I eventually am able to shut my door. And so I turn my car on, and I do like a several point turn. It was like 7-point turn. I like had to like back up and back, you know, whatever, like retard, because there was not much space in front of me, but I eventually was able to kind of get out. And my mom then decided to sit on the hood of my car while I was driving, and then she got off after like 20 seconds of sitting on the hood of my car to stand in front of it.
Memories are terrible things, folks. Especially when you intend to angle a subject towards getting sympathy. And if it's meaningful, because it would play in your favor, because the day before you had been arrested for battering your sister and had a restraining order against you, and you shouldn't have been there in the first place, then you have to come up with a clearly good narrative, if that's the case. And I can hear that narrative coming out here, just on the base that We can see everything except for the actual moment that he describes, but you see the moment before and the moment afterwards, and nobody's huffing and puffing, and nobody's bloodied, and nobody's got bruises on them. Nobody. So I have to wonder what the veracity of the situation actually is, because anybody with half a brain can look at this and go, huh, there's something missing. Could it be that this is just a hyperbolous story from an angry 18-year-old who wanted to get vindictive retaliation against the people he felt wronged by? Possibly. Are these people doing wrong altogether? Yeah, likely. Is this dysfunction? Fucking absolutely. But if you're a thinking, critical human with an eye for detail, an awareness of multiple points of view, a capability to create synthesis from the information detailed, and from the things that we see and hear from all parties, we can get a broader picture that this is a form of manipulation on all parts. From the filming to the stopping John from leaving, because the John has a restraining order against him, so it's counterintuitive, 100%. But even more so, his story doesn't match what actually went down. It's close, but it's nowhere near what really happened here.
And
his mom is left out until the very last minute to make her some kind of hero when very clearly Courtney was just as palpable and doing crazy shit.
After like 20 seconds of sitting on the hood of my car, to stand in front of it and threaten me to like knock her over. And then I sped off, and I was like questioning whether to go to the police station first, but then I was like, I'm fucked.
By the way, Lori Sue, just so you know, some of the true save gracers, some of the anti-Ben stands, some of the Courtney stands, and all of them, they have their divined idea about what they believe has happened, and anybody else is evil because of the false association equivalency of what is often obsessive defiance disorder. So, you know, it's kind of a thing amongst that crowd. Which is kind of the funny portion of doing all this, is just sharing something, looking at the information, having my own point of view as well as yours, and not really trying to draw too much of it other than the obvious synthesis that we can divine. So folks will lob anything they can to basically not be ashamed for the fact that they're part of the moral play, that they are the crazy out in the audience spinning peanuts at the stage, just as much enjoying the train crash. Yeah, that's tough for some people to gather amongst themselves. Oh, yes. Their egos do lead with their opines, Lori. Oh, a second. Yes, ma'am. Clearly. That's one of the fun ones. He's actually, Distinction's pretty smart. But, you know, a lot of these folks are smart.
In every way. There's no other, like, I don't want to waste policemen's time, but, like, I'm fucked. Like, I'm fucked.
So, if you didn't notice what he said right there at the end, John believed that he was fucked. And we could assume for many, many, many reasons. We've seen the puppet show. Let's take a moment to hear a conversation that predates the conversation I'm going to share with you from Dr. Computer. We are in Act 1 now of an interaction. Thanks to NatClo 2.0 for keeping this. It's a conversation with Radical Coder Courtney, and he seems to be the mediator between Courtney and Grace of the time period. Now, this conversation predates the longer conversation I'm going to share with you that really shows. This is just early lore, man. It's not the other side of the story. It is the fucking story. But it's story that it's kind of forgotten and should probably be brought up again right now. It's just timely, you know. And it started popping up in my feed again.
You know, like,
So thanks to
I will fully
Naclo
admit she
2.0
has
and
every reason
Radical Coder
to
for actually holding
scream
this.
and yell and get mad at me like that. Like,
What we have here is an interaction
that's just
between
the truth.
Grace,
Like, she does. So like anybody
Courtney,
who's saying like that's
and
just
Radical.
wrong, like I just really disagree with them. Like, I don't take it very well. Like, I'm not like really like good with it. And
Sure, no one likes being screamed at.
Yeah, and it's very hard for me. But like, so you could say like I don't quite accept the like. If I really accepted the fact that she should scream and yell at me, I kind of welcome it with open arms. But like,
I don't know.
the best I can do right now. Anyway,
Oh, by the way,
kinda
once
say, like,
again, still in the POV of Grace this whole time. I just want to remind you that pretty much everything we're watching, so you all know the biasing of the video, of the blog, of everything we're watching and reading, is literally from Grace's point of view. So, grain of sand, or whatever you need to do to remind yourself. It's kind of like watching Star Wars and realizing that you're actually watching from R2-D2 and C-3PO's angle in most cases. God's eye. Keep that in mind.
We'll definitely like tell everybody that.
All right, some people are asking some questions in the chat. Appreciate it. Kevin, I saw you ask your question. I also saw somebody else ask a question about how my mom could have ruined family prayer. Maybe he will ask those. All right, here we go. This is Kevin's.
Yeah,
Lizard Tree, good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Lizard Tree! Good to see you. Good to see you. Grace is more like Emperor Palpatine. Yes, distinction. There's a lot. There's a lot. The Empire is not what you think it is. Yeah, there's a lot to this story, and folks can miss this nuance of like how wild some of the early days of this stuff really were. I mean, like before Roger, the story was very dark.
I'm definitely.
He's not gonna answer.
I like Grace. I respect her, and I
Good
like
to see
listening
you,
her talk about
Lizardry.
things and explore ideas. Sometimes I
Just to recap, what we're looking at is the blogs and early videos that do involve Grace and Courtney and some of the crux of what really created what is now over a year later, a very mirrored situation where at the time period, Courtney had been thrown out of the house because she'd been going in and out of the house and not taking care of the children and essentially leaving for months on end after the failed restaurant happened, and there was many other things, including some grooming and accusations from Grace about pretty wild behaviors that we'll come to learn more about coming up here, and the interactions between Grace and her brother, who basically assaulted her. She reported him. There was a restraining order the next day. Ben essentially assaults John. Now we're at where we're at with restraining orders, and a year later now Ben and Grace are homeless.
when any of you go too deep down the Catholicism stuff, because it kind of lose me, and sometimes you'll explore ideas in ways that just feel, for lack of a better word, kind of irrational to me. But maybe it's because I'm not connected to the good Lord or what it is, whatever. But to back up, I'm gonna try to pull up some of these chats here.
Okay.
There's a question asked.
Good
Ben,
on
do you
you,
think
Ryan.
Courtney has resentment
Thank
for
you,
Grace
thank
because
you,
of her
thank
close relationship with you? I don't know about this question. I don't know when this happened.
Yeah, I remember that. We didn't get to answer it, and
I'm definitely.
He's not gonna answer.
I like Grace. I respect her, and I like listening to her talk about things and explore ideas. Sometimes I cringe when any of you go too deep down the Catholicism stuff, because it kind of lose me. And sometimes you'll explore ideas in ways that just feel, for lack of a better word, kind of irrational to me. But maybe it's because I'm not connected to the good Lord or what it is, whatever. But to back up, I'm gonna try to pull up some of these chats here.
Okay.
There's a question asked.
Good
Ben,
on
do you
you,
think Courtney
Ryan.
has resentment
Thank
for
you,
Grace
thank
because
you,
of her
thank
close relationship with you? I don't know about this question.
Ben, do you think Courtney has resentment for Grace because of her close relationship with you? This is where people were thinking at the time period.
I don't know when this happened.
yeah, I remember that. We didn't get to answer it, and I think Ben answered it. He said yes, 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 and I think I answered it like, yeah. I think that I do resent her for, to admit this is like completely awful, because I'm her mother, and like I should want her to have a really good relationship with her father, but like I am resentful about that. I am, so
I can
don't know. That's why
I
she's
can understand.
mad.
Like it seems not illogical or irrational to have a frustration. Like if I can imagine a family.
So this is awkward. Toxic, yes. Courtney redirecting, deflecting, and then answering the question when she realizes she kind of has to. It's not unusual. Lizardry, what? Yes. She's adding way too much detail. It's a sign of not being honest. I feel very similarly in watching this. I don't believe that what we're hearing is the only thing. And I have reason, because I've seen all this video, to believe that there's way more that we're just not hearing. I've said as much because it's just been so obvious for so long.
Right, where one, like the child is much closer with one of the parents in a way that is like frustrating to the other parent who also.
Well, why doesn't she tell him about why I'm closer to my dad than I am to her?
Probably not very uncommon. And I don't know if like maybe resentment is not a good thing to feel about it. But I don't know, like I mean, what's.
So Courtney agrees resentment isn't right.
I don't think you can decide what to feel. I think you just have to like feel it and then like go from there.
I agree.
Yeah.
You can control how you feel.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the things that was good that came up the other day. Like somebody, I don't know if it was you, but you said like
Ben writes in, I will come on. Oh, that's actually Grace writing as Ben. I will come on if my mom doesn't want to have a chance to tell her side of the story. If she just wants to wrap it up, I think she should use this time to say her side. So that's Grace, 19-year-old Grace. Maybe she would just turn 20 at this point in time. She wanted her mother to share her side, she says.
You can't really blame somebody for feeling angry, right?
Yeah.
And so like,
Stand by that, yeah.
I don't know. I've just been thinking about that a lot lately because.
Oh, what a cop out! Why don't you tell him why I have a closer relationship with Dad than I do with you? Why don't you?
Stuff.
This is a question that goes back to Thursday.
He's being a nice guy. He's hosting you. He's trying to cope for you. Honestly, he's trying to say like, well, it's not that bad. I can see how you could be resentful. Okay, I can see how you could say that, but you're not explaining the whole situation, lady.
And I guess I could like kind of try to nuance it, but the nuance would be that like maybe at first, like when Ben and I really started having trouble, like I felt like I was able to speak freely. But as like things kind of got worse and worse, and we kind of went further and further apart, like it seemed like I think I was less able to speak freely. Maybe for good reason, but like I guess I am sticking to.
I'm still not clear on any of the reasons or why she didn't feel the ability to speak freely, because she's not really describing it. I'm not going to assume because I don't know. Can't presume what you don't know. Hopefully she'll explain it more.
That like at a certain point, maybe 2 years ago, I felt like I couldn't really speak freely. So I guess I'll just stick with it and take the consequences of that. But
you can speak freely right now, so say what you have to say. I'm not controlling this. Ryan's in charge. Yes, I'm watching it.
Courtney doesn't know she's being spoken over.
I have no control over what you say.
Taking it back. I'm just saying that I just, aside from like what happened or what didn't happen, I don't feel like I've been able to, maybe for 2 years, speak freely.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I hope that you do feel comfortable. Like, I mean, I don't want to like, I mean, you guys are all seemingly using your platform as a podium to kind of air these grievances, these interpersonal grievances. Again, for better or for worse. So I don't necessarily feel like I'm like stepping, like I'm doing anything like unethical by giving you a platform to continue to do that.
I appreciate that.
So
I mean,
I'd like to, if possible, I'd like to contribute towards, you know, helping resolution, whatever that means, whatever that manifests as. I want to see you all happy, you know.
Whatever resolution is, shouldn't it be the truth, Ryan? Shouldn't the resolution be the truth, not whatever makes people
she's
feel
actually
happy?
This is a video where she's editing
I
over.
agree. I would
That's
like
what's
everybody
going
to feel happy
on.
too, but shouldn't the resolution, it shouldn't be whatever it works out to be. It should be, I want you guys to get to the truth.
Imagine.
Let's see. Yeah. Ask Courtney if she could have ruined family prayer. What is that about?
That was on Thursday. I think I mean, maybe that's when I screamed myself, but I said that we used to try to get together, like my whole family, and pray, like a daily prayer. And yes, I do think I ruined it. I think I made a good argument for why I ruined it. Like, I don't know. And when, like, I didn't want, like, I think Ben called it on the family prayer because it was so tense. There was so much, like, psychological, like, insanity coming from me because I was so wound up about the situation that, like, he just, like, everybody, you know, it was just an insane thing. And so he just called it and said, like, we can't do this. And my point is that I think he kind of preserved the kids' faith and, like, kind of desire to pray.
So at this moment in time, Courtney is being fairly thankful for Ben's decisions or level-headedness in some way, shape, or form. I find that kind of shocking, and admitting, Lizard Tree, you'd be fairly correct about that. There has been a lot of observed drinking and, you know, a lot of weed smoking, and it seems like, you know, maybe something else going on in there, because there's a lot of nodding and you know, whether that's drunk or not, it's hard to say. We don't know what people are doing, right?
Rather than ruined it by calling it on family prayer.
Interesting. Well, I will say, for me, when I think about I don't know, when you said okay, so something I have picked up on is that a lot of times, and I saw early on when I started tuning in, I saw a couple of people kind of point this out, and I felt it over time. But the Grace, and she's gonna be livid when I say this. I don't know. Maybe she's cool with. Maybe she's fine with this. I don't know. But like, I feel like she does appeal a lot to what, like, her dad's positions on things, to Ben's positions on things.
True.
And it's interesting to me, and I think that she does, like, I think she's generally like a pretty free thinking person who's open to a lot of information. But sometimes she does. Sometimes she maybe defaults to that as I don't know, like, I mean, I guess what I mean, it's not surprising. I'm sure that I also would appeal to things I've been taught, you know, when like, and I probably still do, to various degrees of self-awareness. So I don't even know if that was, I was kind of exploring that.
I think that, like, people, like, find that strange or something.
Mommy. And then mommy is angry at daddy and manipulates you and abuses you, and then you try to reconnect with your dad. I mean, when you see, like, a little girl holding her dad's hand, you don't think that's, like, the sweetest thing? You don't think that's, like, one of the best things? That's, like, one of the most precious relationships, and it shouldn't be manipulated. I understand why it was.
It's one of the most precious relationships, and it shouldn't be manipulated. I want you folks to remember that, because in the video that we're going to watch after all this, it's important to remember that the language is time period sensitive. That since then, 2 years have passed almost now, and some of the way that the attitudes have changed and or the behaviors have changed have been to, well, take advantage of the perceptions that drive the show. How much truth is here, we can only ascertain in our own perceptions. We can only surmise. We can only speculate. But I would say keep an open mind, because you've yet to see all the information, and you've yet to see these two actually interact.
break, guys. Give me a break. That is important. It's important to women. Get Jerome on cam. Okay, Jerome, you want to come on? I know I'm 20. I'm not a little girl. I'm saying that little girl. I had a relationship with my dad, and it was ruined. I was, I was sort of put in a position where I didn't trust him anymore. And he used to teach me grammar and stuff, and we had really good times. And then, my mom's anger got the better of her, and and I kind of trusted her more in a way because she's my mom. And then, sort of that just, and I'm not saying I'm just a victim. I also kind of was angry at my dad. I was angry. I leaned into it. I'm just saying, though, that that is an important relationship. What's important to women? Their relationship with their father. And everybody loves a little girl who really loves her dad. Everybody loves that.
Mom is jealous, Lizard Tree says.
It's important.
Just you wait, Lizard Tree.
And somebody is trying to fix that.
So we're going to go back to the blog page and just review real quickly that Grace says there are several inconsistencies between John's story in the video and his police report. In the police report, John claims that his father screamed in his face, and I'm going to murder you, and that's where he started defending himself. And John doesn't mention his father in the Discord call saying anything like this to him. He only says that he felt concerned for his life and began to defend himself. Additionally, this is the same night Courtney claims she was beaten in the head and torso by Ben in the downstairs unit. See her restraining order affidavit. The restraining order. On June 22nd, 2023, Courtney Thorp filed a temporary restraining order, TRO, against her husband, Ben Thorp. And excuse me if you can't read this, my part bad. For both her and her 4 minor children living with her, Charles, Thomas, Margaret, and Joseph Thorpe. Thomas is the one that you see outside. Her affidavit for why she was obtaining the restraining order is as follows. In February of 2023, this is Courtney speaking, her husband, Benjamin Thorpe, beat her at the address during the beating. That he punched her many times on her head and torso and suggested that she may not make it out alive. Now, that's the same language that John used. Same exact wording. During this incident, he also hit her in the face, causing her glasses to fall and break, she claims. She's wearing her glasses when she comes down the stairway. They're still intact. On the same night, he assaulted her son, she says, causing him to flee. This follows a sustained campaign of emotional and sexual abuse, which he has forced her children to witness, play a part in, and subject to. He has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder but refuses medical intervention, leading to episodes of violence, threats, and emotional abuse, it says. The TRO was not signed by any judge or notary public, hence no ID. On July 1st, the temporary restraining order was served to Benjamin Thorpe at his residence in Warren, Rhode Island, and by a deputy sheriff. He was informed that he could not contact his 4 minor children or wife in any way, shape, or form until the court had decided whether to grant or dismiss a more serious restraining order. The affidavit. In Courtney's affidavit, she states that she was beaten by Ben in February of 2023, on the same night that he assaulted her son, causing him to flee. This assault was reported by John Thorpe, the son in question, but this report was made on January 3rd of 2023, not in February. That's a big, big problem. That's a huge problem for the story. I don't care whose side you're on. That misrepresentation of time is pretty wild. Courtney's affidavit states that she was beaten by Ben in February, on the same night that the assault at John Thorpe happened, and John Thorpe happened the day after Grace was assaulted, which is January 2nd, the day John was arrested. Read this report. On Tuesday, January 3rd, a 17-year-old juvenile was arrested on Main Street at 7:05 p.m. following a disturbance. There were charges with 2 counts of simple assault and or battery, vandalism, and disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. They were transported to the hospital for an evaluation that evening. Benjamin Thorp, 51, of Warwick, was arrested on at 7:13 p.m. Following an altercation. He was charged with 2 counts of domestic violence, simple assault and or battery, and disorderly conduct, both first offenses. He was arraigned and released later that evening. January 3rd, 2023, on the above date at approximately 1913 hours, the police responded to police headquarters for the report of a past domestic incident. Upon arrival, the officer was met by John Thorp and Benjamin Thorp in the lobby. The officer first spoke with John in the patrol room. John stated that earlier that night he was in the apartment. In Warren, same report reported that he was in the room when his dad Benjamin walked in and told him that he needed to have a conversation. John stated that his father wanted to talk about the incident between he and his sister, which led to John being arrested by the Warren police. John told his father that he did not want to talk about it and turned the music up in his room. Same stated his father shut the music off and threw the radio on the ground. John reported that's when he decided to remove himself from the situation and decided he was going to leave. Same stated he went downstairs and got into his car to leave. John reported that he was having engine trouble and it was taking him longer than expected to leave. Same stated while he was trying to leave, Benjamin came down to his vehicle, which was holding the door open so he could not leave. John stated that he began trying to record the incident, but his father grabbed his phone and threw it on the ground. John reported that at one point, Benjamin lunged at him, pushing his head into the center console. John stated while his father was holding him down, he was screaming, "I'm going to murder you." John reported that at this point, Benjamin had let him go and walked away, at which point he drove to the police station. John was able to provide a formal statement on the matter. See attached. It should be noted no injuries were observed on John. He did not want to be seen by Warren Rescue. All charges against Ben were later dismissed in court. That night, Grace recorded video of the confrontation between Ben and John that led to the alleged assault. We've watched that. Courtney can be seen in this video, which was taken after she claims that she was beaten in the head and torso. To be communicating with my dad, standing next to him with no visible marks or bruises, and following his suggestion to remove my brother's kittens in the box from the apartment and take them to her house, since the apartment that he and Grace shared did not allow for pets. Old dog coughing, sorry. What the heck? We need several interventions. Lizardry? It's been long coming, clearly. That's like saying, I'm gonna beat you in the head and torso. Kinda, yeah. It's very illogical, it's very odd. All of it is very odd. It's very odd language, it's very misrepresentative of what we saw. And this, as you can see, is a clear image of Courtney with her glasses intact after the alleged costing or abuse happened. Glasses intact, no visible bruising. I mean, I don't know. Was she disassociated? Was she? I don't know. But I don't see any of the signs that she claimed. Anyways, it's just not very obvious. And the charges were dropped later, which is probably due to the images and video. But we can only assume. Later that evening, text from one of the other kids says, Grandpa wants Mom to either let him and Charlie live with y'all, or she sues Dad for the money he's off his rocker. Not sure of the context in that reference. It's kind of odd. And then Grace writes, this is so insane because you literally couldn't even do that due to the restraining order. Oh, so that's John. Why is it from Tom's? This makes no sense. So she got a restraining order against Dad based on a lie that you and Charlie and Grandpa are now telling her to sue Dad if you guys don't move in with us? Even though you literally couldn't legally and there's no money for her to sue for. Literally insane. He asked Dad if he had ever touched or hit me or Charlie, and then he goes, well, if he hasn't, then drop the restraining order. On July 30th, 2023, Courtney posted a message on the social media app Discord stating that she needed Ben and Grace on a stream or on a VC immediately if possible, despite having filed a restraining order against Ben only a little over a month ago. VC on Discord is short for voice call. No comments on this page. And now, my friends, I want to bring us to the longest portion of the video this evening, and possibly the most important. But first, a brief bathroom break. Stand by, I'll be right back. And I do not apologize for this at all. Not at all. Sorry.
Is that it? Again. It's from the 80s, just ahead. Is that it? Again.
I wouldn't do that to y'all. Stand by.
When you did approach her, what was the response? She was just like taking what you were saying. Because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something that's upset a lot.
Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, look up, they'll save you from the getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when the sound yells out. Look up, look up. Look up, look up. It'll save you from the getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, and it's black. Ain't no basement tellers flashing red surprises with a wave of the hand. Look up, the world needs you to look up, so we know who you are. Best in travelers, feeling light. Mamas and sisters scared of truth. Nationalists fighting to be the biggest brutes. Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, it'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, look up.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I wouldn't leave you in that hell. That's sheer hell. That's just hell. That's literally just hell. Sorry. Yeah, let's get on to the main meat of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. To a day long, long ago, where Grace's hair was dark brown and she was a full octave lower than she speaks now. My friends, I'm taking you to Dr. Computer Shop and a piece of footage that most people don't know exists out there. And I'm going to warn you, by the way, right now, and thanks to Dr. Computer Shop, not knowing that, I'm using the footage, but, if they come across this, hopefully they won't take me on down. Because this is a good portion of the lore here, and it really clears up some of the ideas that have been floating around for a long time. It really kind of alleviates all of the bullshit and adds some more. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Grace Thorp exposes some very disturbing actions by her mother, Courtney Thorp, and her mom admits it. Now, mind you, what you're about to see, and let me come up a little bit closer for y'all. What you're about to see can be considered very disturbing. What you're about to hear is a family in dysfunction, a darkness in the way that most people don't experience. And, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. So if it's too much for you, just pause it. It's a video, you can come back to it. But know this, that there are all sorts of very dire and troubling, problematic situations going on in this video. Once again, I urge you to make up your own mind and to think clearly about what you see and put the whole picture together, because I think we learned something new here today. And if you didn't, well, then you might be a little more like me, where you just remember how this went down.
Perch, motherfucker.
Once again, shout out to the computer shop, Dr. Computer. Channel Dr. Computer Shop. Like and subscribe. Plenty of locale wildness. Just a little background. Courtney is homeless at this period in time. They talk about it. Grace and Ben are in the house with the kids. Yes, Courtney, is this the one where Grace confronts her mom? Yes, this is toxic. And Courtney admits to being the one who started the rumor. Absolutely. And it also is Courtney. Well, I don't want to give it all away, but yes.
All right. But don't tell me things to say, okay? Because then they're going to say you're my puppet.
I don't care.
You're not my puppet master. I told Dad today that I was never going to talk to you again, because every time I talk to you, whatever, I can't really handle it. But whatever, here I am. Because I saw what Dad was saying to you, and, I think it sucks. I think he's being a little bit of a wuss, and I just want to let you know about this sort of agreement thing. I don't think you understand. It's Friday night. My plan is, which it looks like is going to happen, if you and him can't work something out so that it's no longer an illegal situation, then I'm going to spend the weekend collecting evidence, including all the evidence, the educational stuff, etc., and I'm going to go to a criminal law attorney on Monday. That's my plan.
Okay, I understand that.
And get the restraining orders.
And and go to the family court and get restraining. Shut up! And get restraining orders against. Why is this so good?
Why shut up? You're not saying it. You're not.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Let me talk to her.
No, you're saying to her, you're not going to do it.
Nope. Shut up and go away.
Yeah,
go away.
You're just making it easy for her because you're saying, I don't know, whatever.
Whatever. Go give up. Fine. Go away.
I would say that that's less. By the way, just so you know, Pero, what you just sent me is a well-known factor in the current day. What people forget is that Courtney may very well be doing all this stuff because she's just retaliating because of the fact that she's getting what they did to her. when she didn't want to come home. She's getting that done to them. This video is very telling for that. So what you just showed me is just the value of the retaliation, if that's what it is. And we saw the kick on stream. Make of it what you will. That is something that Ben does, huh? We saw it with John. But if you just eliminate some of the information because it's convenient to hate somebody because you don't like them, then you're not really synthesizing the whole of the picture or seeing it for how it expands between everybody. And what's important to know is that it's very clear where the root of angst in the family and problems really come from. It comes from the parents. And two very dysfunctional people doing very dysfunctional stuff. And you can try to say, oh, they're worse than they're worse. And that's the mistake a lot of people make. Everybody wants to play a side instead of observing and seeing what's true. This video shows what can only be described as what's true. And yes, shame on them for putting the kids in the middle. Listen, tree.
Tell me where did you sleep last night? Where's Maggie?
Fucking hate both of you.
Where's Maggie?
Fuck off.
I talk to you, my dear.
Anyways, that's my plan. What do you think about that?
I told your father, I think you heard that I would come up with like my 3 or 4 things by midnight tonight. So to me, hopefully that will prevent you from doing that.
Let's do it right now.
I cannot do it. I'm not going to do it now. I cannot. I need to think about it. I need to like get in a place where I can just kind of sit down, clear my mind. It's been a long stream.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't get until midnight tonight.
Well, okay.
Or I'm going to take the action. I'm offering you, let's do it right here, right now.
And once you invest.
I'm not going to sit there spending all that time collecting evidence, preparing to go to a lawyer, and then drop it. I'm not going to do that.
I understand that.
Fucking bullshit with you and Dad.
So here's a very interesting dynamic, is that Grace is planning to go to a lawyer because of what she believes has been done to her by Courtney. And Courtney understands why she would do that. Now, we don't know the context at this moment. We might imagine what we do, but we don't, because we haven't heard it yet.
7 for 5 years. You don't get to tell me, give me 5 hours. No.
It's not about writing 3 things down. It's not about that. The 3 things she's gonna write down are idiocy.
So what is it about?
All right, well, let's go over it.
I got something to say. Sit over there. You say you want partial, if not more, custody, depending on how you're feeling minute by minute. Is that correct?
No.
Yes, that's what you just said.
All
right, now, shut up. Now, you want some money to get started. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the other thing you want? You want to do some stuff on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to get a job.
All right, so shut up. Rewind the tape of our lives. A couple of weeks ago, you had full custody of the 4 minor children. Arguably, I had semi-custody of 2 of them. Is that...
Lizard Tree, undoubtedly. This language is, to say the least, abusive. The voice of a incredibly angry and very, sounds cruel, Ben.
Correct.
But I also see a disassociated woman in a very odd position. And I don't know if she's trying to negotiate her way back or her way out, but rather negotiate into the YouTube scene as some part of this. fairly confusing, fairly concerning.
Unopposed by me. Correct? You had custody of the kids. Is that correct?
I had custody.
You had it for years. Okay. You had at your disposal 6 figures of money.
Lizard Tree says she thinks she wants, you believe that maybe she wants him back? Do you think that that's kind of what's going on here? She's trying to maintain, or is it for the family and kids? Or is it for something else? Because you shouldn't forget that there's, at this moment in time, there is some money involved.
Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
That is correct.
No.
Yes, it is correct. 6 figures of money.
That's not correct.
And you
Stockholm
also
syndrome.
had me telling
I can see
you,
that very well.
encouraging you to do YouTube. Is that correct? And you had no.
And here's a point that most people miss.
You had full custody of the 4 minor children.
It'll come up here.
Arguably,
It's
I
very,
had
very subtle.
Semi-custody of 2 of them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unopposed by me. Correct? You had custody of the kids. Is that correct?
I had custody.
You had it for years. Okay. You had at your disposal 6 figures of money. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
That is correct.
Lizard Tree says she seems passive aggressive. Yeah, that could be it. I also think she might be disassociated here because of some of the things that come up later on.
No.
Yes, it is correct. 6 figures of money.
That's not correct.
And you also had me telling you, encouraging you to do YouTube. Is that correct? And you had you weren't doing anything.
No.
For some time.
Yes, it is correct. 6 figures of
No.
money.
That's not correct.
And you also had me telling you, encouraging you to do YouTube. Is that correct? And you had you weren't doing anything.
Toxic says he feels like she plays very passive aggressively here. Extremely manipulative.
All I asked you to do is take care of 2 children who are in school. Isn't that correct? And do YouTube. Isn't that correct? And what did it go? How did it go? And you're not going to say the other thing. Well, I want to make sure that your father and blah, blah, blah. I didn't ask. I said you can. I said, I don't want anything to do with you on that level. And I even said you could abuse me in that area, which I regret. I've tried everything under the sun. So if you say, I want that again, you need to tell us how you're going to do that without doing what you did. Because otherwise, you belong in jail.
Is that hyperbole? Is that the response of a man on the edge? Is it a man and a woman in a completely dysfunctional relationship, incapable of communicating? Is it all of the above?
It doesn't make any sense, Courtney.
I think if you gave me some money to get an apartment, I can get a job, pay for the apartment, have the kids live with me.
Which kids? Which kids?
Well, I would say all 4 of them. You know, half and half.
Okay, so we'll rent another house.
There is a component of this.
I'll give you money. You'll have all 4 kids.
There is a component of this, and yes, how much of this is the movie? How much of this is the show? How much of this is the drama they know that is driving their story? How much Is this him driven crazy by the experience? How much is it her driven crazy by the experience and then driving them crazy? Or vice versa. We don't know because we weren't there in the past. All we can do is assume, presume, speculate, and put together. Once again, synthesize the information in totality. If you don't take a side, you find out that this isn't just one person being messy or the other person being messy. It is a messy picture with very deep ramifications, very damaging information, very damaging experiences. Toxic says, watch how effing manipulative she will be. She wants the kids, but wait and listen to how fucking manipulative she's going to be when she says she's going to commit suicide. Only to admit she lied to stress Ben and Grace out. So openly admitting she manipulates her kid and husband with the self-deletion, then she thinks she is the one to be fit for a parent. We haven't even gotten there yet, but so don't give it all away, but there is definitely more to that.
Then what? Why did 2 of your kids move out of this house? Why? And they've never looked back. When have they ever said, I want to?
I honestly, I don't know what it is. It's obviously damage of some nature. It is something wrong. To me, I see disassociation all over this, especially the longer and longer she goes, her eye starts to drift further and further. The way she answers is as if she doesn't know what's true and what's not and can't answer, in some cases, things that she knows clearly and won't answer. So is this a form of malignancy, malignant narcissism on both parts? And it's, what's the chicken? Who's the egg? It's a lot of the question here.
Go back to living with mom. They've never said it. The only thing they feel bad about is they left the other 2 here. Move out of this house. Why? And they've never looked back. When have they ever said, I want to go back to living with mom? They've never said it. The only thing they feel bad about is they left the other 2 here to live with you. And those kids do not want to live with you. They don't want to talk to you. Wake fucking up, lady. Wake fucking up. You're living in a fantasy world.
Now is she being disassociated and trying to stay calm? Or is she just disassociated? Is this passive aggressive to incredibly aggressive? Is this a explosion from the stresses? It could be all of those things. Is it abusive? Hell yeah. Is it wrong? Of course. But is one more wrong than the other? You're taking a side. I can't actually empathize with you because there's so much wrong. It's the kind of thing you watch and you learn from and say, okay, this is the kind of thing you keep out in your mind to be aware of as situations you don't want to get yourself in. Which, by the way, is why people watch this. I'm siding with the kids as well.
You had 20 years to be a decent mother.
I would agree with that. I'm siding with the kids.
You've never done it. Why not?
I have been a decent mother.
No.
Why don't we want to talk? Why don't they want to talk?
Why are you in a criminal situation right now then if you've been a decent mother? Why? Say it. Say it. Say it. You're going to have to say it to the courts. The only thing that's going to keep you alive. Say it. Say it.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but I have a problem.
Say it. What's the ingredient? What's the missing ingredient? Everyone knows it. What's the ingredient? What is it?
You and I can't really live together or work
No,
together.
that's not it.
That is it.
No. We weren't living together, moron. We weren't living together for months. We weren't talking. I let you have them to do your thing, to shoot your shot.
That's
and
not
it
true.
didn't happen. So what's the fucking problem? You have to answer these questions.
So you understand that Ben is claiming that he gave her the out, that she got the kids, but apparently it didn't work out, is what he's saying. And she's denying that. So the kids came back to him, don't want to go to her at this point. And she's homeless because Ben was providing for the apartment for her. But the kids are with him now, so and she's not there. She's actually in the car. And if I'm not mistaken, she had access to the large house at that time. Because they're in the apartment. At least in this.
You didn't.
Yes, you do!
No, you didn't.
Lizard Tree says she believes it's because she is using the kids as a weapon. Toxic says because she's a whack job.
Talked to me for months. You talked to me.
Yes, I did.
No, that's not true.
Grace, answer that question. All right. Wait a second. Wait, get out.
I moved out with Jack.
Okay. So you're saying the problem is me talking to you. Right. That's the problem, right?
I'm
That's
saying that.
the problem. Wait! That's the problem. Me talking to you, right?
I'm not
That
answering
counts
that.
for
I'm not
millions of
saying
dollars, thousands of... Yes, you are saying that.
I'm saying
Yes,
that.
you are saying that.
I'm saying that you and I have a problem in our relationship, and
Okay, but I'm
cannot
saying
be
to
worked
you,
out.
I'm saying to you
Oh,
that
I want to point out something real quickly. How long some people have been around, just so y'all know. Callum says if Courtney was alone with the kids and still abused the kids, then the problem was clearly Courtney. That's Callum from back in the day. How things change.
left the relationship and basically did not, right? I was like, I don't want to know what's going on because the theory is no.
Let me talk.
No.
Okay, well, Grace was there. I barely had any contact with you
That's not true.
from January until April of last year. That's the truth.
Okay, from January to April, maybe. Yeah.
That's 4 months.
Yep.
How did it go?
It went okay.
No,
Let me talk. Please let me talk, please.
it did not go okay.
So
Did
I
not-
think we see one breaking off point of the parents coming to a stone wall, a barrier, a hurdle where they can't get crossed between their beliefs or experiences. What they feel is just not going to cross the divide. And that causes everything else.
It's a difficult situation because the kids didn't have their father around. They didn't know what was going on.
But that's
So I think
because
in-
you said
In the
you needed that.
circumstances, it was as good as it could be.
No. You're saying it's my fault. Someone.
I'm not
is at
saying it's your
here.
fault.
Yeah, Courtney, someone is at fault here. Someone is at fault here, objectively.
Wait, let me
Someone is at fault here, objectively.
Let me talk.
It's not both of us.
Which, let me clarify, he's incorrect about that. The fault and blame in what is problematic relationships is never just one or the other. These things feed off of one another. Now, if somebody's abjectly the abuser, aggressively so, and it's clear, that could be that thing. On either side. But observably so. This is beyond problematic from both angles. Once again, go back to, I support the kids.
It's one of us or the other of us. This is what you're going to be able to, the only thing you're going to be able to ever say is that you fled the house for fear of a maniacal blah, 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 blah. So shoot your shot. It doesn't hold up. You are wrong about that.
Okay, I can speak to this because.
So one of the things I have to point out is what can only be called sociopathic. She has no emotional response. She doesn't see anything other than logistically. Maybe she's trying to keep herself calm. I just don't understand the behavior going on the right side of my screen. It is disassociated. It is strangely uncompassionate. It is oddly deadpan. It would take longer than 4 months to recover. True. And she is currently, at that moment in time, living in her car because of the decision she made.
In January of 2022. And I lived with him in a car, and then in an RV, and then we were at a hotel for a little while, and that went on until probably April. And I don't think I texted you basically more than once or twice. And we saw the guys a couple times and had...
So, Ben and Grace being in the van has happened before. And it wasn't during the period that most people are thinking about. Because this is pre-Darius. It happened without being on camera. To give Courtney space, apparently.
Over at the hotel.
That's right.
Okay. Charlie, my 16-year-old brother, I've asked him what happened when we were gone, because I didn't really talk to them either, because I was just like, all right, it's been too crazy. I'll just give them their space. He goes, that was one of the worst times of my life. It was totally crazy. It was so depressing. I never want to do that ever, 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 ever again.
Maggie.
How do you explain that? You say that that's because their father...
Lizard Tree says abuse survivors need at the very least a full year of therapy. Fun fact, abuse survivors are more likely to be re-victimized. The truth of this cannot be understated. That is a very real thing. Some people who start out as the abuse victims, well, they feel it's their right to abuse back. And if there's anything we all know in this world, there is no righteousness to hurting others. No, Toxic Angel, there's 2 streams right now. There's the main stream and the short stream. And I have a compiler that's putting both the chats in one. Yeah, no, you're good. She didn't block you. Oh, no! In a world where you can't see the other stream's chat, because it's the shorts chat. Anyhow.
Wasn't there, but then why were you upset? If you wanted, if the problem was Dad, wouldn't you be happy if Dad was gone?
Okay, but it was a huge shift, and we had such a tumultuous time before that like it was just kind of like just trying to kind of stabilize and like get something going. It wasn't like strange.
I can understand the kids being sad because their dad isn't around, but not you, because you claimed that he was the problem. So why were you moping around?
You should have been walking on air.
You should have been free. That was your whole thing. I can't do with him
unresolved.
Or, to be honest, me. If I had stayed, you would not have been okay with that.
It was unresolved. Therefore, it was unresolved. Therefore, there was like, it was difficult to just
dead. You want me and Grace dead. You want me and Grace to never have existed, and that will allow you to be a great mother to your remaining children. That is the logic of what you're saying.
No, it is not.
You are bananas.
It is not the logic.
By the way, to me, you can tell when she's taking a moment seriously because her eyes refocus, because they come back to center. And what seems to be otherwise a disassociation, that one of her eyes, and I hate to point this out, but that it's a physical affectation, both of sociopathy and of disassociation to have her eye move off. Yes, he did just triangulate. Thank you for pointing that out, Lizard Tree. That is true. He did just triangulate.
Why did you say that I had to leave this house?
I'm sorry.
I didn't. I already explained that. I'll explain it again. You said, please, like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I just want to go and rest. And I really, you did on stream. You said, I'm so tired. I just would really like to do that. And I was like,
I'd like to be
Well, here are 2 witnesses if you want. But I'm going to talk to them. But they can tell you how great it was here for 4 months.
and I wanted that to happen for you. So much so that I said something that I shouldn't have said and made it worse for you.
So much so that she said something that made it worse for Grace. Now, what exactly was that thing?
I was tired. You told me to get in my car and drive half an hour to a different location. And then lied to me and made me drive half an hour back over here. Is that correct? That's how you took care of me being tired and sick?
I don't know. I can't really explain it in any other way.
I can't really explain it.
The way I just explained it.
Because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It makes sense to me. It makes a lot of sense to me.
It makes sense to me. What the fuck does that mean? It doesn't make sense.
I made a poor decision because I really wanted you to get some rest.
No, you didn't. Then why would you tell me to get in my car? Why wouldn't you say, no, Grace, stay there or just go
Why
here?
did she have a problem with you calling me and texting me? Why?
Why did you say, Ben, I don't want you to contact her, and Grace, I want you to leave that location, drive half an hour when you're sick and tired to a different location by yourself?
Tell her what it's about.
So you could get some
Why?
rest. So you could get some
So
rest.
that I could be alone by myself in a garage that's cold?
So that you could get some rest, yes.
I could
And take a break from all of this stuff, yes.
But then you didn't follow through, so I had to come back over after you endangered my sister. I had to drive half an hour back over here.
I did not.
It's not true. You do not care about me like that. That's a lie.
Now, what exactly does she mean by endanger her sister? What is exactly going on? Because she knows he's abusive. Possibly.
It's not. I'm sorry that I made that decision, but I did it in a moment of just like not thinking clearly.
When you asked me to leave, why did you say you had a problem if Dad talked to me? If he texted
Because
her,
I wanted you to get a break from this drama. I wanted you to.
But you know that I appreciate what Dad.
Because Courtney wants Grace to get a break from this drama. Now, what is this drama? We're coming up on it now. They're speaking all around the topic at hand, at what actually caused the rift, and what had been causing the rift. And I'm going to just warn you all, this is shocking and brutal and unusual. It turns the story quite on its head.
Texts me and calls me and says it's going to be okay. Why did you say?
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't want you to be like in like hour-long conversations with him and me. Of course, I didn't mean that he can't say, hey, it's going to be okay. You know, of course
But
not.
if you don't want me to be in long conversations, why do you do this to me? Why? You're such a liar. You don't care about that. You're such a liar. It's totally fabricated. You wanted me out of this house because you think that I've stolen your husband from you, and you want me out of here so that you can get him back. That's why.
That's
not
not
because
true.
you give a shit about me.
That's not true.
Because why wouldn't you have told me? Of course, Grace, you can stay there and go to your room and take a nap.
Now, why would Grace be saying such a thing? Why would that come up?
Liar! It's totally fabricated. You wanted me out of this house because you think that I've stolen your husband from you, and you want me out of here so that you can get him back. That's why.
To me, she comes across as earnest and pained right there. And Lizard Tree says that she still says that Courtney is jealous of Grace. I think it's becoming more and more clear that there is some form of issue like that.
That's
not
not
because
true.
you give a shit about me.
That's not true.
Because why wouldn't you have told me? Of course, Grace, you can stay there and go to your room and take a nap.
I'll bring you some nice food.
And I'll bring you some nice food and I'll take care of the guys. Why would you tell me to drive half an hour away? Why? And say that my father You're
And if I may say, the leading behind, the scripting, the directing, you can take this a lot of ways, control, and all sorts of things. But one of the things that does strike me is the term trauma bonding, where folks who experience the same kind of trauma both elicit that onto others and also have irregular or unusual behaviors that they essentially share a similar mind and codependency. This doesn't make it okay. It doesn't alleviate or let people go off for their bad behaviors, but it does in some way explain why there's a commiseration between dad and daughter, both angry at mom, and dad wanting to get his say because he hasn't had a chance, he feels. Unless it's a movie. Lizard Tree? Oh yes, for sure, trauma bonding, unless it's a movie. Yep. I mean, we don't know. We really don't know. It's in some ways. We know that there is definitely a truth, a emotional root in all of this. But how much is being played up for the show? And by whose side? Is this, in fact, one of the rare moments that is true? We can only speculate.
offended if he contacts me. Why? Because I'm the other woman that you want out of this house, right?
No, that's not true.
But it doesn't make sense the other way, Mommy.
It does make sense.
Why wouldn't you say, Grace, go take a shower, go take a nap?
And you know what
Why
that
wouldn't
is?
you say that? Why?
And you know what that is? You know what that is? That's called sexual abuse of a minor. Because this started when she was a minor. That's abuse. You're crazy. She never did that. And the judge is not going to listen to you going, no, that's not true.
You say that. Why?
And you know what that is? You know what that is? That's called sexual abuse of a minor. Because this started when she was a minor. That's abuse. You're crazy. She never did that. And the judge is not going to listen to you going, no, that's not true. Psychosexual abuse of a minor.
You said when I was. You said.
And it makes sense. You going, no, that's not true, is not going to make sense. Grace only has to write this down and bring it to the finest criminal lawyer in Rhode Island.
You said when I was.
Morning, and then you can keep saying, no, that's not true, all the way to the slammer.
And then you came up with these disgusting.
Lizard Tree says that she really thinks that he may be part of why she went crazy. I think that it's very plausible that they fed into each other's malady, that they have driven each other crazy. And I think that's a very real possibility, as people with dysfunction will do that, you know. And once again, we do come back to the question of chicken and the egg, because there is a whole lot to the story before we ever saw them, where she left after the failure of a restaurant, and we don't know who or what or how that went down directly. We only know the stories.
Allegations about what my father and I have done. You are a disgusting person for coming up with that stuff. You said.
And this is where it gets
finest criminal
pretty important
in Rhode Island.
You said when I was
morning, and then you can keep saying, no, that's not true, all the way to the slammer.
And then you came up with these disgusting allegations about what my father and I have done. You are a disgusting person for coming up with that stuff. You said when I was 16, you said that I had stolen your husband. You wanted me out of the house. I left. And then you said you wanted me dead. You admit.
I think we all have some kind of biasing of how we see these things, whether we've experienced them or haven't experienced them, or our gender, plays a role in this, our suspension of disbelief, or suspension of belief. There's so many things that play into how we see this stuff, because we don't know the whole of the story. We can only get it from synthesizing what we see amongst the people. And we don't get clear and 100% context for out of everybody. We get pieces of suggestions and behavior that we can interpret in lots of ways, if we're honest.
You said, I wish she killed herself.
So don't blame yourself for having survivor's bias. It's a very complex situation to parse in any way, shape, or form.
With these disgusting allegations about what my father and I have done, you are a disgusting person for coming up with that stuff. You said when I was 16.
So I have to play this over again because this is the crux of the Thorps. This is where all of the rumor comes from. This is where we should understand that there's a lie in this story that propels the rest of the environment. That when some of the people in this story recognize that they got attention for that, they played 100% off of that attention. Wait, she told her to bye-bye herself? This is what she was apologizing for earlier, that she may have misspoke in the moment.
You said,
and it makes sense. You going, no, that's not true, is not going to make sense. Grace only has to write this down and bring it to the finest criminal lawyer in Rhode Island.
You said
Monday
when I was
morning, and then you can keep saying, no, that's not true, all the way to the slammer.
And then you came up with these disgusting allegations about what my father and I have done. You are a disgusting person for coming up with that stuff. You said when I was 16, you said that I had stolen your husband. You wanted me out of the house. I left. And then you said you wanted me dead. You admitted. You said, I wish she killed herself. You said that when I was 16.
We've gone over this many, many times. I'm not speaking to it now.
Go ahead. Don't speak to it. You'll have to speak to it when I bring it to a child abuse, criminal abuse lawyer.
One more time, just for posterity.
You said, I wish she killed herself. You said that when I was 16.
We've gone over this many, many times.
Is that the normal response of guilt or empathy or even sympathy for the situation? I'm not reading that. And once again, her eye shifts off to the side in a dissociative sociopathic behavior. A physical manifestation of malady. I'm no psychologist, no psychiatrist, I can't even say it. No psychiatrist, no therapist, but I am a fucking educated human. And frankly, that's some crazy ass behavior. And Lizard Tree says mom's a psychopath. And if anybody watched my special on sociopathy and psychopathy, you'll recognize many of the actions going on here. Mystery, holy shit, Mystery Sky, what? What's happening? Good to see you. We are knee deep. You just came in at just the most pertinent time period, long into the stream. We've been covering the forgotten Thorp lore of Courtney and the effect on the early days and why things are the way they are. So there's a lot to catch up on, but stick with us because this is where things get really gnarly. And I'm going to play it one more time.
Did that, and the judge is not going to listen to you going, no, that's not true.
Good to see you, by the way, Mr. Sky.
Psychosexual abuse of a minor.
You said when I was. You said.
And it makes sense. You going, no, that's not true, is not going to make sense. Grace only has to write this down and bring it to the finest criminal lawyer in Rhode Island.
You said when I was.
Morning, and then you can keep saying, no, that's not true, all the way to the slammer.
And then you came up with these disgusting allegations about what my father and I have done. You are a disgusting person for coming up with that stuff. You said when I was 16, you said that I had stolen your husband. You wanted me out of the house. I left. And then you said you wanted me dead. You admitted. You said, I wish she killed herself. You said that when I was
All right,
16.
We've gone over this many, many times. I'm not speaking to it now.
Go ahead, don't speak to it. You'll have to speak to it when I bring it to a child abuse, criminal abuse lawyer.
Okay.
Because that is what you did, and you're a liar. And that is sexual abuse. And
Let's say that's what you did. Should you go to jail?
Should you go to jail? I left. I lived on my own.
Oh, Courtney has joined us.
When I was
Courtney,
16,
we'll go
because
ahead
you
and
came
watch
up
the
with
rest
this
of this. If
crazy
you want to
idea
hop in the
because I was
Discord for
friends with
after, you can
Dad,
answer
that I
some
was
questions.
stealing
I'm sure
your
Lizard.
man.
Hold on a second. Lizard Tree, I'm sure would love to ask you some questions about that, as well as some of the other viewers. I have some too, but we're going to watch all of this because it provides its own context. Oh, I'll definitely. As soon as this is done, you hang out, Courtney. You got the platform, and I'll give you the space to talk.
When I was
All right,
16.
We've gone over this many, many times. I'm not speaking to it now.
Go ahead, don't speak to it. You'll have to speak to it when I bring it to a child abuse, criminal abuse lawyer.
Okay.
Because that is what you did, and you're a liar.
So Lizard Tree believes, well, she's been abusing too. French Toast seems, even though she just came in, to believe that I'm confused, besides all of the context that I've just brought to the forefront of this exact time period. Lizard Tree says, if anyone ever says that to you, it's a big red flag of abuse. Toxic says, yeah, bring her on. Oh, wow, yes, I would like to hear her. Yeah, I think there's more to hear here before we get swamped onto deflection or anything or any other, narrative. First, let's hear the stuff that happened in the moment. So, Courtney, hang on now.
Abuse, and
Let's say that's what you did. Should you go
Sorry,
to jail?
French Toast, TT.
Should you go to jail? I left. I lived on my own, essentially. When I was 16, because you came up with this crazy idea that because I was friends with Dad, that I was stealing your man. And then you came up with all these crazy sexual allegations to bolster your thing. When I was a minor and I was in high school, and I dropped out of high school because of you fucking torturing me with this stuff. And then you admitted I had suicidal thoughts, and you said, I hope she kills herself. That is, I do feel like that. I wish she would kill herself. You said that.
Mystery Sky also says that she would love to hear her, listen to her. I'm wondering how something like that gets said to a teenager, 16 years old, as well as the other things said, but let's hear more.
We've already gone over this many times. I've explained why I said that, and there was a reason why I said that, and it was kind of brought out of me, like I didn't, it wasn't something that I was thinking about all the time.
You don't think maybe you're a little fucking crazy?
Maybe.
Maybe? To do that to your 16-year-old daughter?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I
Grace.
put up with it for 5 fucking years.
That's an admission. Maybe. And then an apology. That's an admission of any of, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know how daft any one person could be, but so no, 5 years, she's actually probably talking about 15. She's 20 at this moment in time. Yeah, to say that to somebody you gave birth to is reprehensible, at least. Torture at worst. Abuse. No different than controlling behavior. Yeah, I would have to. Toxic Angel ask the question, if you wonder how French Toast can clarify anything, do our ears deceive us? Dude, you have no idea how evil the daughter is. Look deeper. We've been looking at this for quite some time. I've been there since 12 viewers. So, I see clearly, as you will notice, Courtney has a camp of folks that our supporters, they don't care what the context is or what's been seen here before. So, although you are all welcome, it's obvious. So French Toast, Courtney says she never actually said that. Ben told her she believed that and she knew not to talk back. Courtney, that makes no sense whatsoever. I'm sorry. Titus, just claiming that doesn't mean you do. But we'll continue to watch. Because what you guys want to do is stop the video. Sorry. No.
5 years
We'll watch
I
the
put up with
context.
it on the internet too.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
You started
sense.
saying this shit, and people ask you questions, and you tell them your lies about your fucking allegations about gross stuff, and I sit there and tolerate it.
Because you've got the power.
Also, Titus, if you're saying that, you're suggesting that the rumor that she said is true.
Yeah. So say Courtney believed Grace was a victim.
No,
of sexual
XP,
abuse.
I'm a person who follows the story from the beginning. I take no side. If you had been aware of what I was doing here, you would find that I just tell the story and I point out the obviousness of what's going on. I believe I'm pretty fair about these things. I call things out when I see them. So, you want somebody to be on one side or the other because you're actually a Courtney simp. See, I'm an observer. It's a difference. Big difference. Yeah. But as you notice, folks, she needs these people because otherwise, just like any other person who may have done wrong, they need substantiation, I would gather. I do, Lizardtree. I'm surprised it's on her side. I've been talking smack to the Thorpians for a minute. Yeah, not really taking sides. I think both Ben and Courtney were not acting like the adults in the room, and the kids paid the price, 100%. Once again, hashtag I support the kids. Because taking a side is, like, insane.
Say you believe that. Why would she want her child, who was the victim, to kill herself? Because she knew I wasn't a victim of sexual abuse. She made that up whole cloth because she had, when my dad and I started hanging out more when I was 15, she came up because she's got a screw loose with this idea that I was stealing her.
Well, see, that's where you get this wrong, XP, because this suggests that the PDF isn't Ben. And if you believe that, then you believe the lie that she admits is a lie here. So I'm not sure where you can even get your reasoning. Ben said something like, just tell the kids you never wanted to be their mother and you want Grace dead. So you repeated that? And Courtney knew not to talk back. Since then both, oh, so now you're going to talk in the third person. That's really insane. Since the both of them have been using it for manipulation. That's just fucking wild. And you're admitting it? Ben is a PDF, zero question. Only idiots believe the lies of somebody altogether. You don't have any evidence of that. And do you not know the bottle story of why Grace sucked on the bottle and who directed her to suck her dad's dick? You'd have to be an idiot to not understand that that's an extension of what we're seeing here. Yes, I know. I was watching, taking notes. They thought there were people. Yes, the bottle story, where the whole sucking of the dick thing comes from. It was not a dick, it was a bottle. An aggression and a show of some kind of repressed acting out. Trauma bond shit. Clear psychosis. Because one of the parents had been saying incredibly inappropriate things to their daughter for a long time, and the other one was manic. Doesn't make for a healthy situation. You know what, XP, that's the thing, is you're kind of psychotic in that you're just not listening and you only want to support who you're in a Discord with. That's fine. But you make yourself an idiot. Yeah, likely generational. I would agree, Lizardtree. And also, just a heads up to everybody who doesn't have a wrench. This is like a biker bar. I don't control out there. XP, I couldn't care less. This is clearly not for you. Hans! Yes, absolutely. Good to see you, Hans. Glad you're here. Absolutely. But once again, not taking sides because it's all shitty. Yeah, the virtue signaling trolls. Yeah. Actually, they did drive them closer together in the second arrest. But the first arrest stuff is been proved to be manufactured. So to trust these people with things that have to do with honesty, that's a mistake on folks' part in general. Yeah, both of them. You'd have to be kind of out your mind to not take it all with a grain of salt, to not synthesize the whole picture. Let's save that. Yeah, sure. Am I denying that? No. You're trying to say one is worse than the other. Sexually manipulating your daughter over years? That is fucking horrifying. Yeah. Well, most of the people who are trying to take part, well, unlike you, XP, I don't take a side. I just point out the obviousness of what's being seen, what people are saying. But it's manufactured that you told her to suck his dick, that you told both your daughters that they should learn sex early, that both, I mean, like, I've read the tweets. I've read, yeah, two wrongs don't make a right. Thank you, Lizard Tree. You know, it's the insanity of you thinking that you can pit yourself as a superior person in the situation. That's insane. Yeah, XP, why are you here trying to change my mind? Yeah, no, I'm not, my mind isn't, it's not about my changing the mind. I'm telling the fucking story as it presents itself. So apparently you have to have a binary X or Y. No, you're not warning anybody, XP, because you don't actually understand the larger synthesis of what happened. You just want to know one side. And Lizardry is laughing at you because it's so absurd.
Her sexual partner, her husband, that I ruined her marriage, and she has wanted me out of every house that my
Oh yeah, I mean, if she's still here at the end of this, I will definitely bring her up. I want this to be seen in its totality because it's, you know, just kind of missing currently in the lore. It's hiding in the lore.
Never. Never welcome in any house that this family is in. You want me out of here. You don't care about Dad. You'll talk to him all day. You want me gone. You want me out.
And all the kids have seen what's happened to you, and they don't want to go anywhere near me for years.
I became friends with Dad. I dropped out of high school.
Yeah, it does occur to me that you're just like supporting a child abuser, which is weird. That you're openly saying that it's okay that she did these things. That what Grace is saying is just a flat out lie, and that you only believe the person who's acting in a sociopathic manner and clearly repressing how she's feeling about the scenario. I mean, that's the obvious. Shame on you.
The fucking abuse that you rained down on me for doing that. I got sick. I'm sick a lot. I'm tired a lot. I'm smoking, whatever.
Okay, you gotta give Grace some acting points. I don't know, there's clearly she uses that, but this is once again Lizard Tree's great point. How much of this is show? How much is this a dramatic show for each other? Because the dysfunction will do this.
I don't know. I guess I must have been crazy, but you did that.
Third person again. Courtney doesn't say she was completely innocent. She let Ben control her life for years and sat by while he abused their children. That's an easy claim to make, but it stands in contrast to what the children say, to their behaviors in the episode, to what Grace says, the eldest child, to the mother and the mother's behavior. It's contrary to everything. Yeah, what part of telling Grace to off herself is missing in their mindset? Because they think they got some in with Courtney, or they want to hook up with her, or whatever, because there's a whole other portion of that. I don't know. It's simping. It's weird loneliness stuff where it's like you can't see that the whole situation is fucked up. That it's not just one person or the other. That it's a terrible fucking thing for everybody. But that people are doing bad shit, and what that bad shit is, you just want to ignore one side because you don't like the other. Fucking L on y'all. Shame on you fucking every day. Get it together, people. You're assuming that she didn't by leaving. You're assuming that that there wasn't power play between the two, that she's not manipulating, that they aren't manipulating each other. Red flags for all. It's fucking disgusting how folks will try to substantiate, well, that's not as bad as that. Fuck off.
And you made the kids feel like if they did it, you were going to ruthlessly punish them. Like you got punished, right?
Yeah, and you made all of my siblings fucking believe that I was some kind of a sexual weirdo. That I was doing something weird.
So this is a good question. I would lay it down to trauma bonding. That's where I've kind of come to with it, is people do wild shit trauma bonding. And it starts with her becoming closer with him, apparently. We hear more about this. But yeah, it is a blurring of the lines of the authority figure as well. But it seems to be kind of a thing in the scenario. What are you talking about? Weird how you'll create a straw man argument. I've been reading everything you've fucking written, XP. It just depends on what I'm paying attention to. Weird how you create a straw man argument to argue against, but you won't read my actual... I am right now. Grace is an unreliable narrator. True. Blindly trusting everything she says is a mistake. No question. I pointed this out earlier. I have seen her to-do list, which she had points like black mouth Courtney in front of a landlord and stuff. Sure. I agree that we've seen that too. I do not believe he has been essayed to her, says Lizard Tree, but isn't her dad, which is supposed to be her authority figure? Sorry, had to reword. Yes, he is. He is. Nope, you left out my main martyr. I missed it. Totally ignored and made up a straw man. No, I just fucking missed it. Jesus Christ. Weirdo. I've seen this screen recorded. You can't lie. I'm watching the whole fucking thing. It's not a... You think I'm lying, just observing and pointing out what's happening? You're a fucking moron, XP. Hey, just keep in mind, the longer you're a moron in chat, the more likely you're going to piss off one of the chatters who has a wrench. So just keep that in mind. Keep it constructive if you can.
My fucking dad. You gross person. Gross.
Yeah, I'm sharing the whole thing. There's no edits in this. It's straight up through. Which, okay, let's go back a little bit because you guys are trying to swamp and pull away. But which, by the way, this is something that Courtney and her minions like to do, as well as, this is pretty popular on YouTube. Get in and one-man the scenario, it's what we call it, which I welcome some of this, but I'm not going to let that just override what the story is. Oh, Hurricane, you just came into the good port. You just came into and guess who showed up?
Maybe.
Maybe? To do that to your 16-year-old daughter?
XP, I'm about to actually do something I don't tell chat to normally do because you're just an idiot. So, if you get booted, I'm not going to stop people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Grace.
I put up with it for 5 fucking years! Actually, since 15.
But
5 fucking years I put up with it on the internet too. When you started saying this shit and people ask you questions and you tell them you're lying.
That's funny. Courtney, I'm believing what I see and following it along. And like I said, like 5 minutes ago, take it with a grain of salt. I mean, are you... oh, it's in the other chat. There's 2 streams going on, Mystery Sky. It's a good way to get people that wouldn't otherwise see the show. There's a short stream in this one. RD, Ben admitted to Grace to getting to strip him on the camera in the woods. True. That is very true. That was some fucked up shit, too. But it doesn't predate that, and it's just as bad. It's no better. You guys seem to, especially RD, you have some odd views of the world. So I find it interesting that you don't understand the trauma bonding stuff, or why people would behave in weird ways that way, or take direction to stuff that's counter to their will, and why that would happen. And just blaming one side is really odd. Oh, Hurricane. Do as you will out there, guys. Someone's bothering you. Do as you will. That's why everybody's got a wrench here. We're here to keep the show rolling.
About your fucking allegations about gross stuff, and I sit there and tolerate it.
Because
Oh, but Courtney, if you think that I'm just going to deny what's clearly obvious that she repeats over and over and has, and the story is remain the exact same the whole time. And by the way, the recording of the bottle was on Twitter a long time ago. It has since been removed, but it was there, and I heard it back in the day. So, lie all you will. I know both sides. They're wandering the street homeless and sleeping in bus stations and airports. It's true, Ethan. But mind you, so was Courtney at this time a year and a half ago. We're actually watching Courtney in the same situation. It suggests that she has a motive for retaliation before she actually has a motive to feel like she's attacked. That's something there too. So pointing that out, it's just very obvious in that the evidence earlier shows that on the night that she was supposedly attacked, she wasn't, and then she uses a date a month later to claim that her son was attacked on the same night. She's not credible. Neither is Ben in the situation, but like she actually in writing is just not credible for the situation. And that's just how it is. Hey, you guys do you. That's why you guys got the wrenches. It's your club out there.
Yeah, so say Courtney believed Grace was a victim of sexual abuse by Ben. Let's just say you believe that. Why would she want her child, who was the victim, to kill herself? Because she knew I wasn't a victim of sexual abuse. She made that up whole cloth because she had, when my dad and I started hanging out more when I was 15, she came up because she's got a screw loose with this idea that I was stealing her sexual partner, her husband, that I ruined her marriage. And she has wanted me out of every house that my family has been in ever since. I have never been...
I'm going to play that again because I think we need to rehear that also with the eye going into disassociative, whatever the hell is going on there. She's just not there. By the way, sociopathic tendencies, clearly of some nature. There's psychosis happening. She's just drifting off of one eye, is going the other direction. And by the way, F and Cray Cray Lizard Tree says, or it's a movie. How much of this is the drama being played up? How much of this is the 19-year-old playing into it? From being abused or abusing, the same behavior happens on both sides. The psychosis of sociopathy looks like that. I just covered it in a video last week or 2 weeks ago. It's atypical. That's not sociopathic, goddammit. She doesn't even come close to having a big 5 character temperament. That's not even... no, you're thinking psychopathy. You don't need a temperament. In fact, you don't have a temperament, Hans, for sociopathy. Or at least the majority of it. She's not high in agreeableness, and she's not a psychopath. She's sociopathic, in this case, caused by, likely, psychosis. Some kind of trauma going on with herself, and also because she's disassociating. First and foremost, it's clear that she's just... Her eye starts drifting off, bro. Fuck. But why has she felt like that for so long? Hasn't she spoke up before? You always can't speak up in school. She could have gotten help if it's true. Everything she's saying. True. True. Where is the disconnect here? Yeah, just one. Yeah, just one. Where is the disconnect here? These things should have been mentioned, right? There's the grain of salt. How much of this is the movie? How much of this is played up for each other? How much of this is drama to inflict upon each other? Is dysfunction of one nature and another, being cruel to one another, any better or worse? No, it's all bad.
Welcome! Never! Never welcome in any house that this family is in. You want me out of here. You don't care about Dad. You'll talk to him all day. You want me gone. You want me out.
And all the kids have seen what's happened to you, and they don't want to go anywhere near me for years.
I became friends with Dad. I dropped out of high school because
now,
of
some of that
abuse.
is actually true. We've heard from the kids. We've seen that they chose to go with Ben initially until she took custody of them. So that is a thing. And there's notes we read earlier that the kids wanted to be with him.
That you rained down on me for doing
what
that.
We feel about that, why we feel that is, we could ponder that all day and speculate, but that's what happened. Whether you like it or not.
I'm sick a lot. I'm tired a lot. smoking, whatever. And I put up with it because I don't know, I guess I must have been crazy, but you did that.
And you made the kids feel like if they did it, you were going to ruthlessly punish them. Like you got punished, right?
Yeah, and you made all of my siblings fucking believe that I was some kind of a sexual weirdo. That I was doing something weird with my fucking
And this is
dad.
where she's not in denial. She's not saying anything about it. She's literally disassociating from the conversation. And Grace is making accusations that are gnarly, that are very fucking over the top. Most sensible people would respond. We don't see a normal response here. I'm sorry. This is not a normal response. This is not a normal situation. This is not something that somebody just makes up. It comes from somewhere.
I'm sick a lot. I'm tired a lot.
Secondary victims. Yeah, true. That's a whole other thing.
Smoking, whatever. And I put up with it because I don't know, I guess I must have been crazy, but you did that.
And you made the kids feel like if they did it, you were going to ruthlessly punish them. Like you got punished, right?
So I do find something interesting about Grace here. Is this does seem demonstrative. This does seem emotionally manipulative in some way. That's my take.
Yeah, and you made all of my siblings fucking believe that I was some kind of a sexual weirdo. That I was doing something weird with my fucking dad. You gross person. Gross.
But I have to point out that this is, once again, where this lore comes from. It is not because something actually happened. Despite their close relationship, we could pretty much pawn that off to trauma bonding pretty clearly, and codependency of an extreme nature. Where it comes from is this.
You're fucking gross. There was never any sexual abuse. You said you had visions of me and my dad copulating. You said you went to the park and you envisioned that and you screamed out. You don't think maybe you've got a problem?
Yeah, I do think maybe I have a problem.
That's an admission. Ride, check out this. We do know if it happened or not.
Fucking believe that I was some kind of a
We know where it comes from because it's admitted right here.
That I was doing something weird with my fucking dad. You gross person. Gross. You're fucking gross. There was never any sexual abuse. You said you had visions of me and my dad copulating.
So before you all start, trying to deny this moment, have you ever listened to her? Have you ever listened to what's being said and then looked at Courtney's response? Because it's pretty fucking clear. This part is true. This part is very true. This is a person yelling out, her denying it once when all evidence points the other way, doesn't prove either side. It's not once. It's a lot here. We're only halfway through the video.
You said you went to the park and you envisioned that and you screamed out. You don't think maybe you've got a problem?
Yeah, I do think
I don't know
maybe
if
I have a problem.
She thinks she has a problem.
You said you had visions of me
we don't
and
know
my
that she
dad
did that toxic. We know that she had some idea when
you
she was
said
out.
you went to the park and you envisioned that and you screamed out. You don't think maybe you've got a problem?
Yeah, I do think maybe I have a problem.
You don't think maybe you should put the fucking gun down?
And I said this earlier, Ryan, just so you know, this isn't an either or stream. This isn't a this one's worse than the other. This is just pointing out lore in the portion of the story that is here in front of us. I don't play that game. I just follow the story. And you've missed all of my talking about the other stuff that's come up along the way. So just know that. When y'all try to take a side on this, be a Grace Saver or a Courtney simp or a Ben simp or whatever the fuck you want, Thorp TV freak. Look, there's a difference between following the story and knowing what happened and just knowing what happened clearly for all sides and recognizing the fuckery of all of it, as opposed to trying to or lay blame or say, oh, well, this is worse than that because that kept going over there. But fuck y'all, that's crazy talk. This is dysfunction at its highest level, and people are watching it because of the moral play, because they themselves are either projecting what they don't want to happen or what they're glad doesn't happen, like folks used to do with daytime soap opera, but now it's reality. Because there is, yeah, I'm just calling it how I see it right in front of us. Don't have to make shit up, because it's right there.
You want to face this in court when I tell people this? You think you're going to win?
I don't have a gun.
No, yes, you do, because you say to my dad, right? Because you're not afraid of him.
I missed that context.
It's never any sexual abuse. You said you had visions of me and my dad copulating. You said you went to the park and you envisioned that and you screamed out. You don't think maybe you've got a problem?
Yeah, I do think maybe I have a problem.
You don't think maybe you should put the fucking gun down? You want to face this in court when I tell people this? You think you're gonna win?
I don't have a gun.
No, yes, you do.
Did I miss the context there again? Where does a weapon come into play? We actually don't know if that's real. We've never seen it. We just heard John talking about it, and John has been abused by his mother. There's a lot of strange behavior between the two of them that suggests otherwise. She's jealous of Ben for unreasonable reasons. She's been grooming from what she and the other daughter say. That's, if you just ignore that, her side, I'm sure you could feel that way, but it's either way, it's like, yo, I don't know if any of them have any credibility, especially not John. John is clearly just a pathological liar. You see it in his reports. You see it in the fact that she mirrors his language in her report and tries to make it on the same day that his happened, but pushes the date a month later. That's just not credible. And once again, take sides all you want. We just looked at the context of all this in this video. So, and not just this video, we went back into Grace's blog. And I remind everybody that it was Grace's blog, that it comes from her point of view. You take it with a grain of salt. And if you go back, that's... So, I mean, once again, this is as fucked a situation as you can get on all sides, but we gotta see the fuck people are really doing and who they are. We know who Ben is, but I don't think that people really know who Courtney is and where the fucking lore comes from. Because it's evil. I'll just say it. It feels evil to say about your own daughter something that you're just doing because you're having a social or ethical issue with your husband that isn't related to your daughter. That's fucked up.
You say to my dad, right? Because you're not afraid of him. You don't care. You love.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And once again, hashtag, we're on the kids' side around here. The people who are really paying the price are the kids, one way or the other.
Long. You say to him, I don't have to come up with an agreement.
I didn't say that. I said I would. And I said, let's get some mediation. And I said, okay.
You say I need until midnight.
No sense at all. Makes no sense at all.
You say I'm going to use love talking to him all day long. You say to him, I don't have to come up with an agreement.
I didn't say that. I said I would. And I said, let's get some mediation. And I said, okay.
You say I need until midnight.
No sense at all. Makes no sense at all.
You say I'm going to use.
Yeah, don't forget that some of this conversation, by the way, it's very important to remember that some of this conversation has an effort of weight from Ben and Grace's side, where they're trying to, and Grace is trying to get her mom to agree to separate and agree to that separation on behalf of Ben. That's odd as fuck. But I do believe that that is because there may have been plans for financial adjustments due to the fact that they had sold several properties and were waiting on that money. That's what at least the blog suggests. So I do think that at this point in time, it's quite clear that Grace was trying to take the reins and create that split on behalf of her dad. Inappropriate to be put in that position. Had they already gotten the money ride? It's hard to tell time-wise on this. The blog suggests that it came in either somewhere around this time or right afterwards. Yeah.
For a mediator, so that I can write a couple things down to make an agreement.
For a situation which you were already in and utterly failed in.
And you say maybe I want to have joint custody, and maybe I want to have some money, and maybe I want to do YouTube, which all of those things
right here.
you had.
Ask them if they want you to have custody of them. They don't. You got to solve your problem. They don't want custody. There's no custody dispute at all. The kids are going to say, I feel unsafe around my mother.
So I have to wonder about when the number and also whether that money is all gone, because that's a lot of money to really blow that way, and we don't really see that kind of expense. So as somebody who spends a lot of other people's money, I have a hard time seeing it. And Han says it's all gone, but do we know this? And could it just be a play or ploy for horrible management? Oh, Jesus Christ, if it is. But couldn't it also be a ploy to keep the money out of the court's hands or knowledge? And that's honestly what I think it really is about, but we can't really know. They bought a boat, an RV, rented a house for 3 months, had several apartments and studios. That's not 600 grand. Not at all, especially where they live. That's not even close. It's maybe 100, 120. Once again, I spend a lot of other people's money. So.
Because she's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, even at that, that's 35 grand. I guarantee you 600 grand they walked away with. Yeah. There's something else. And every one of my spidey senses tells me that there's something else that we just don't know and can't see. That said, there's a lot of talk that there's no money, but it may be practice. We don't fucking know. That's the other thing. We don't fucking know.
Joe, come up here.
We can only speculate.
Not to mention,
by the way, until somebody gets, until somebody out there in the wiki world or the onions or the kiwis end up, doing something they shouldn't do and doing a financial audit. Nobody's done that yet. I've heard rumors about some of the sale titles being out there. I wouldn't care but to look at them. But yeah, there's very, and that was a used RV, so I guarantee you they didn't spend over like 40 or 50. It's East Coast once again, so. Out here you would have paid 80. But, anyways, speculation.
Homeschooling that never happened, and then you had me commit.
This is some other shit, and it lends itself to a lot of the lack of credibility going on Courtney's side. If this is true, if this is true, this is damning in some crazy ways. I was shocked about this portion.
Not to mention all of the abuse in early childhood, homeschooling that never happened, and then you had me commit fraud to cover your ass for doing that when I was a child.
Yeah, I figure there has to be something like that. But Bride, so this is an old tactic of folks that want to hide 73, 60. I'm still not seeing over 210 if they got 600, even at the total. So yeah, there is an accounting of money, but doesn't mean that's that he didn't hand it off in a one-time gift, and that Grace didn't put that into a trust, which couldn't be seen by the court. That's what happens in a lot of these cases of people hiding it. Give it to their girlfriend, give it to their uncle. Actually, most of the time it's give it to your mom or your dad, and put it in a family trust, and then it can't be seen. But yeah, I'm not really seeing 600 grand spent, if that's the number. Now, if it's a couple $100 grand or 300 grand, you're getting close. And then that makes more sense. And bad budgeting. But 600? Nah, there should be a cool 100K sitting there. Yeah, that I heard too, Ride. That I was there for that. when he said that on stream. And it was a conversation, this is, God, long time ago.
Which I have documentation of.
Or Maxer? No, I'm sorry, it was a Discord. It was a Discord. It was the fight Discord.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I said that I would come up with some things on.
Why are you talking to me?
I'm sorry. Let's get the context again. I apologize that I'm running it back.
Because she's crazy. Maggie and Joe, come up here. Come upstairs.
Not to mention all of the abuse.
So these are very interesting little things that most people might miss. Is Ben's concern for the kids? It's always been a tell for me. Ben's concern, actual concern for the kids, where Courtney isn't even aware that they're in the room. That is wild shit. Subtle. And I'm not saying, like, he actually has some actual concern. She does not. That says quite a bit. But it could also be that she's just, you know, so stressed and so disassociated that she isn't even noticing.
Childhood homeschooling that never happened, and then you had me commit fraud to cover your ass for doing that when I was a child, which I have documentation of. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I said that I would come up with some things on.
Why are you talking to me as if you have the power? Why?
Grace,
Why?
I really want to resolve this. I really do. I really do.
Why? Because you realize what you fucking done?
No, I just think like you guys all need a break from this, and if your father and I can work out a separation agreement, I think we'd all be a lot happier.
All right, let's work it out then. Let's work it out, because I'm pretty sure the testimony that I just gave here, it's not even the tip of the iceberg as far as the rats, physical, sexual, emotional neglect and abuse that you fucking 5 years of fucking calling your daughter the other woman, and you think you're gonna get custody?
Whoa. I didn't write that note down. 5 years of calling your daughter the other woman. What the fuck?
I really do. I really do.
Why? Because you realize what you fucking done?
No, I just think like you guys all need a break from this, and
It's hard to say. It could be just hyperbole of timing, you know.
I think we'd all be a lot happier.
All right, let's work it out.
It's been going on for 5 years.
Let's work it out.
Yeah, she's
'Cause I'm
20 at this
pretty
point,
sure
so since 15
the testimony that I just gave here
is the claim.
it's not even the tip of the iceberg as far as the rats, physical, sexual, emotional neglect and abuse that you fucking.
Well, not having a good relationship with your daughter or not having a close relationship and then it changing, that doesn't mean that you didn't have anything to do with the kid. As a matter of fact, Courtney left sometime around the time she was 15, which is what it really draws, is that he got closer to her because Courtney left. So, which lines up. Grace started sharing a bed with Ben when she was like 15. Yeah, that we know for certain.
5 years of fucking calling your daughter the other woman, and you think you're gonna get custody?
So, Ethan, you may hanging on to every word of what Grace is saying. She's so crazy. I'm not hanging on to every word. I'm listening to what she's saying and listening as if I don't know what really happened. You assume a lot because you want one side or the other to be right. But let me give you a little hint, friend. Little insight to actual humanely reviewing something or observing or following a story. Yeah, in this case, neither side is fucking right, creep. Jesus Christ. How stupid are you? And I will shame you, because that's some shameful ass shit to be fucking like trying to play up one side or the other. I support DMA because you're a better person. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself in your own ear, for God's sakes. Grow the fuck up and learn that abuse is a fucking abuse. No winners there, especially in the children. Yeah, it's only been a year. Yeah, well, totally, yeah, it's getting to that 2-year mark, actually. Han, so it's been a year. She admitted to John that she was tweaking for Ben since 15 in text, that she should tell you everything. Well, that's John saying this, and John is not credible. And by the way, the timbre of being humored by admittedly incredibly myopic and shameful points of views, that says a lot about your character. But hey, you know, that's you. That's all you. Hold on, let me get. Oh yeah, hold on a second. I haven't gotten one of these at all this evening. Yeah. Keep it together, kids. Keep it together. Twerking. Yeah.
Your own daughter? You realize,
do you think
that
that's
you realize that there is...
Do you know what a performance or a show is, or a character? Do you have a problem divining the suspension of disbelief from the suspension of belief? Do you know the difference between watching TV and not? I don't think you do. But hey, keep on going. I love it.
No!
Spurting.
You don't have
Go suck a
anybody
dick.
on your side with that one. Even if you thought that I was being abused,
Piece of shit out
nobody
there.
is on your side for blaming the victim of this supposed abuse and saying that
Fucking
you want
weirdos.
her to kill herself and getting sexually jealous of these supposed things you think is going on. Nobody in their right mind is on your side about that one. Even if you thought that I was being abused, nobody is on your side for blaming the victim of this supposed abuse and saying that you want her to kill herself and getting sexually jealous of these supposed things you think is going on.
So these are things that she's already admitted to, and she's not denying, and she's going to now admit to them.
Nobody in their right mind is on your side about that one. You can be angry at Dad if you think something happened, which you're crazy, so you make up all sorts of things, but nobody is on your side about being sexually envious of your daughter.
And by the way, Para, let me ask you this. Do you know why John would be retaliatory and make up crazy shit like that? Do you have a clue why he would do that? Because Grace tried to send him to jail and then put a restraining order on him. First and foremost, before he started sharing that information, before he shared that, which never came out before then, he attacked Grace. Before Ben kicked anyone, John attacked Grace. It's so violent, by the way, it got taken down from YouTube.
Stealing your husband.
I know.
Nobody.
But hey, no, I guess John is the real hero. Is that what your point of view is? John is a hero here? Fuck out of here. Jesus.
But you did that.
Sorry, not you, Para. I was just riffing on it. I'm sorry, I forgot I was talking to you.
I do want joint custody.
Now, that's pretty weird, Hans. That's pretty fucking weird. But if you have a link on that, I'll pull that out. That's pretty weird. I want to see that. I never saw that.
Joint custody. You could
I want legal
about being sexually envious of your daughter because you think she's stealing your husband.
I know.
Nobody.
No, that was we're talking about the one where he strangled her and bashed her against the wall. And then they had to take it down. Not the second time where she went into his apartment. That was after.
But you did that.
Yeah, send it in the Discord, right, if you want. It's in the about. Sorry.
I do want
your own daughter. You realize that there is you don't have anybody on your side with that one. Even if you thought that I was being abused, nobody is on your side for blaming the victim of this supposed abuse and saying that you want her to kill herself and getting sexually jealous of these supposed things you think is going on. Nobody in their right mind is on your side about that one. You can be angry at dad if you think
It's a
something
crazy
happens,
response.
which you're crazy, so you make up all sorts of things, but nobody is on your side.
It's a crazy
about
accusation
being
and a
sexually
crazier
envious
response.
of your daughter because you think she's stealing your husband.
I know.
Nobody.
I know.
But you did that.
I do want joint custody.
That, my friends, is classic atypical disassociation of a sociopathic psychosis. She wants something out of it, so she'll manipulate the emotion and the situation, and she has no remorse. She has no sense of the other person or the emotional attachment to the situation, and whether she cares or not, we don't know, because there's no emotional value in her response. You don't understand that that's a tell of the situation, that is clearly, and once again, her eye is way off in yonder. Which one is looking at us? We don't know. No, actually, it's just, I point out where you're just absurd and obtuse and one-sided because you want somehow Grace, to the victim in the situation, in this particular situation, to be wrong? And you'll ignore me saying that everything is wrong about this? No, that's you being a fucking moron. Like low IQ, low reader, mouth breather. Chat, feel free to bump this pitch. Yeah, Ethan, now you're spamming. Now I gotta do something. It's all good till you spam. And then I gotta go. The very rare, actually, oh, it's because our mods aren't over there. It's because you can't take part. Have a good one. Yeah. Totally fair. Take part. Challenge. Bring me info. You know, I don't give a fuck. This is about finding out truth. This is about looking at the picture, looking at the observation. But if you're going to be in here being just a fucking turd waller, taking your dick and sticking it in your ear while you're screaming at me, I'm going to say, fuck off. That's what real normal people do. Probably not. She left her minions which is, by the way, very telling that she had to run over and bring some people to defend her. I don't see the Thorps over here defending themselves. It's fascinating. I would. If she's still here at the end, I am totally willing to go over what we just saw with Courtney and talk about it. But I also am not going to just placate her because it's obvious there's some problems in this scenario.
You had joint custody.
About 20 minutes.
You could
I
argue.
want legal joint custody.
Okay. You want it, but you had it. And then you committed a crime by abandoning your children. You endangered your daughter. You have not contacted your children for weeks on end. Not told them your location. And your children have said that they experienced emotional abuse and neglect, as well as physical in terms of food and stuff, while you were their custodian. So I don't know if it's a question of what you want.
I believe your father was okay with joint
I agree,
custody.
Okay, so this is really weird because she's not actually engaging with what Grace is saying to her.
Physical in terms of
That's
food and
really
stuff,
weird.
while you were their custodian. So I don't know if it's a question of what you want.
I believe your father was okay with joint custody.
Is it just me, or that was just totally non sequitur to what was just being said? Am I missing something here? Somebody tell me, ladies.
And
Mr.
then
Sky, Lizard
you committed
Tree,
a crime by
did I miss
abandoning
something?
your children. You endangered your daughter.
This
You
is the
have
second
not
non sequitur
contacted
we've
your
got.
children for weeks on end. Not told them your location. And your children have said that they experienced emotional abuse and neglect, as well as physical in terms of food and stuff, while you were their custodian.
So I got to point out as well, you know, you may not believe what Grace is saying right there, but that story never changed. That story is consistent. It's consistent with the kids. It's consistent across all of the time period. Just what it is. So some of that has validity, has veracity. How much? We don't know. It could very well be, as Lizard Trees pointed out, part of the movie of drama to drive and manipulate. No question. But I don't believe at this point that it comes from nowhere, because Courtney is not acting as though it's an unknown.
So I don't know if it's a question of what you want.
I believe your father was okay with joint custody.
Veiled threat. Oh, it's a veiled threat.
I don't think it matters what my dad is okay with. I think it's about what the courts are okay with.
Well, I thought we were trying to stay out of court.
Not if you're going to act like this, we're not.
I'm talking.
So once again, if you're wondering, like, what happened, well, the motive to catch Grace and Ben in a problematic situation is what happened, it looks like. That the act of retaliation couldn't be done with John and Courtney, so they waited until they caught Ben and Grace doing something that they could sick the law on them for. Because the original restraining order is fabricated, clearly based off of what we saw in the videos earlier. At least some part of it is. The general verbal abuse, obviously, that's a partition of their daily lives. But it's not honest of what happened in the evening or the timing of when it supposedly happened to her. Because if it did happen to her, we don't have evidence of it, because the evening she says it happened is a month after when she claims it should have happened, because she says it happens the same night that John got beaten up. Oh, the act of retaliation? Oh, she's homeless? This is during the restraining order period against John? She left, so they kicked her out, essentially, and took the kids? And then an exact year later, she's doing the same thing to them. That's kind of an obvious retaliatory move, especially when John is there with her, when he's the one who first got, you know, charged with assault. Which we earlier looked at the restraining order from her and read it. And we looked at, and the fact that it's the same and similar language that John's is, but after the fact. You know, I mean, obviously this is all from Grace's point of view, but the facts do remain in the video. We see before and after any assault, and the fact that a year later, John says you deserved every bit of that beating. I mean, there's evidence that everybody's doing something fucked. Oh, Ethan Biltz is just, you know, apparently one of Courtney's simps that came over to defend her without watching to see that this is just an observation of the story. It's probably because none of this looks good for Courtney, much less anybody else, but it really doesn't look good for Courtney's, like, lore, in the sense of the rumor that she started about the sexual stuff that John then carried on. Because John is the one who's getting abused.
Talking about, like, the exact thing that
very clearly
you guys wanted
in the
to
language
talk
that
about,
happens here.
And
you'll see
I don't
it comes
see
up
how
soon.
I'm acting any.
So you just sit there and say, I want joint custody, even though you had joint custody and you abused the kids and admitted you did. But now you want joint custody when you are living in a car and actively committing a crime of abandoning your spouse and children. And I've just worked out this.
There's no winners here, Hurricane. Hashtag I support the kids. Because there's no winners. This is dysfunction against dysfunction. Yeah.
We could work out this separation agreement, then it hasn't been that long that I've been in the car, and I don't think I abandoned them. I don't think I did it like in a way that, like.
So how does that make the assault on Grace okay? Or the aggro behavior or the rumor? It doesn't. Once again, Hans, I know you want one person to be a hero so they'll pat you on the back or something. I don't know what that is, but follow the story as it lays, which is that there's a whole slew of fuckery. She invaded his apartment. Well, the truth is that that's not what the video shows. He comes into her space and chokes her out and shoves her into a fucking closet, bro. I wish I would have actually brought up the video. I went to the link, but YouTube took that shit down. I was actually trying to get in touch with a couple different people that might have had it, but you know, everybody's
I
very.
just found it an impossible situation,
tricky with
and I
that.
left without any plans. And I don't think that's like.
It's called abandonment.
I don't really think that's like.
Oh, Lita, you've missed the majority of them.
I don't think that's really what that law, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that's really what
Hey,
that
welcome
law
back,
is
Lita.
talking about.
Leaving and refusing to support in any way your spouse.
I just found it an impossible situation, and I left without any plans, and I don't think that's like.
It's called abandonment.
That is the most honest thing this woman has said or done in the whole time period, despite it being non sequitur from the actual point of the conversation. Look at like, both her eyes are pointed forward her. She's looking at the camera. She's actually engaged. That, my friends, is one of those things that let you know when it comes to psychosis and acting in sociopathic behavior. That's kind of the sign. She's there when it's a point that she wants to make, and she's not when she doesn't want to pay attention to it. Look, both sides got problems, but this is like atypical visually.
I don't really think that's like.
It's pretty wild.
I don't think that's really what that law, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that's really what that law is talking about.
Leaving and refusing to support in any way your spouse and children.
I'm not refusing to support you. I've said many times that when I get a job and I get on my feet, I will do everything I can to contribute to the family.
So once again, my theory on the retaliatory action is because Grace is telling her the moves that they're going to make. And the response to that is for Courtney to try to put up a war against anything that they would actually do, that and she had to get there first, which is oftentimes in the law, those who take precedent, those who can get action. And it takes the actual action of the courts to happen before any of it gets clarified. And any fucking judge in his right mind will look at all this and be like, wow, you got grandparents? That's probably where the kids should go.
But actively you are refusing any support.
I have nothing to support you with right now.
Perfect. Say that to the judge.
Well, I mean, that's just true.
You refuse to cook for your kids. You refuse to take care of them. You refuse to drive them if they need a ride somewhere. This is not looking good.
I don't really know what to say. I can't cook and clean if I'm going to be with your father, but like if
Okay.
I don't know about you, but all this sounds pretty wild. I don't know what kind of a response that is and why that would be. The controlling of Ben, does that mean that she can't cook and clean? I'm confused by that because that's kind of Ben's whole thing of getting Grace to be house mom. Which, by the way, that replacement of one's parent is a form of trauma when the eldest daughter or somebody in that case has to replace a parent, which is where it allegedly this jealousy of Courtney comes from, because Grace was taking the place of her roles, taking care of the other kids, the house.
I think that's a valid excuse. You better say he's an abuser then, because if you're just saying, I just don't like the guy, and so therefore I abandoned my children, that's not gonna work.
I didn't abandon my kids.
Yeah, we also know that one of those two was manufactured and developed as a dramatic play to gain more viewers, Hans. You recognize that one too? So we put in the grain of salt here when we talk about this, that we still don't know what of this is dramatic for the portion of manipulation of the audience and also of other people. It must always be in the back of our minds if you want to be critically honest. So, knowing what I know about the situation, if you want to just act like one of those wasn't an actual just fucking show and the other one was, at that moment in time, the Thorps doing what Thorps knew would get them views, you're just kind of like trying to act like you don't acknowledge reality. It was a prank, so it wasn't real. Okay, there you go. So it's part of the show. And there were many times where I don't know if you realize this, but Courtney was agreeing to these things, including getting dragged out the chair that one day violently. She agreed to that shit. She said that on air. So.
You did.
I didn't.
You're not providing for them. You're not cooking for them. You're not supporting them in any way. You do not talk to them.
Oh, you're trying to say, oh, it was a prank. No, man, that was one of them was real and one of them was a setup. This is why I keep reminding you that some of that shit you saw was agreed upon without you knowing about it.
You know, so it's not like I've just like
tell that to the judge.
And you, being in the Discord then around Jess and the rest of them, should fucking know better, Hans. Unless you're just being cynical for the case of the storyline. And then, you know, sorry I'm fucking up your narrative. But the Jannies are gone, friend. The butler's gone.
You won't answer their calls.
That's not true. Nobody's called me. I would totally answer their calls.
You haven't contacted them.
I've talked to them.
You want joint custody when your relationships with those kids are.
And by the way, if you would, I don't mind being one guy, but let's not swamp the actual context that's going on here.
You do not talk to them. That's called abandonment. They don't know where you are.
I've been on stream and I've also talked to them in.
Well, hold on a second. Hans,
chat,
you know where the bits are, so you're inside their head. You can know what nobody can know except for them. You realize how insane that is, right? How insane. Unless you've been told by them what a bit is. Which we've been told what those bits are. So we have to assume that some others that we don't know are. But we don't know what they are. You understand? They do. Exactly. It's called suspension of disbelief. It's called a healthy recognition that you'd never know what's inside people's heads. That you don't know what's real with the show because it's on a fucking camera. You can take it as real, but then you're buying into what could be bullshit. It's actually most of the fucking focus on my show. This is part of why I'm watching this. Because it fills out a portion of the story that people seem to be very angry that I'm even sharing. Clearly.
It's not
it hits a nerve for some folks here.
Tell that to the judge. You won't answer their calls.
That's not true. Nobody's called me. I would totally answer their calls.
You haven't contacted them.
I've talked to them.
You want joint custody when your relationships with those kids are currently severed.
We don't know. See, that's the thing. Is it a bit? No, what she's saying there is pretty honest. Is it dramatic for fucking hyperbole because she's 19? Or 20? Probably. Is it all true? We fucking don't know. But what we do know is true is the things that Courtney admits to. That's not a bit. She's not agreeing to any of this. If you're going to ignore what she admits to when there's really terrible things that Grace is saying, you did X, Y, and Z, and she goes, yeah. I'm sorry for that. I wasn't making good decisions. That's admission. Hans, you really want someone to be wrong. You just want somebody to be wrong to feel superior or whatever, or I don't know. But yeah, it ain't going to work. Because you're just showing that your cognitive bias is not following along with the obvious facts of all these sides, or that I am recognizing them all. I mean, it's kind of wild.
Said to me the other day, I hope she goes to a homeless shelter.
No, Hans, I'm not you. Well, that's the other thing, right, is what they admit is a bit half the time is a cover when they aren't admitting the things that are bits. So we have to actually create the suspension of disbelief to go, okay, we don't know which one is which, but we can tell when, at least in this situation, there's dramatic hyperbole in a personal sense and not just acting, although I question the behavior. And the person to my right, up above, she's not acting. Very clearly. She's disassociating. She's in pain. She's recognizing what's being said to her. I mean, these are all fucking obvious things. If you ever sat with somebody who's really done some shit wrong and you start addressing them, they start acting. Yeah, and we don't know which is true and which is not. We can only observe and go, oh, look at that shit. Wow, that kind of looks fucking real. That looks true. She agreed to that. That must be true. It's plain old shit. It's when you start expecting that you know that it's a problem. And they could all be acting in the end.
Never comes
Wizardry.
back. You want
But that'd be
to
some
live
great
with him?
acting. That'd be award-winning. This is award-winning
Yes.
if it is. Yeah, but she come on until it's true.
I
And
don't think
what
anybody
is
cares
not.
about what you
She's still
want.
here. And for
That
us,
doesn't
it's
make
obvious
any
that Courtney is
sense.
broken down from all the 12-hour struggle sessions. This right here, you saying that she didn't involve herself as a fucking other adult, that somehow she just was not there drunk the whole time and doing 12-hour sessions on her own? Hans, your memory is so short and convenient.
That doesn't make any sense.
Isn't it possible that like it's all been so
Oh, wait,
rough
Hans,
that-
are you one of the people who like wants to date her or something, sitting in her Discord telling her everything she does is right? Are you one of those people? Because it's starting to sound like you're just a Courtney simp. It's weird.
they just want to say like, well,
And you're like denying that, like, okay, but then you can acknowledge that making up a bunch of shit about your daughter having sexual relations with your husband because you're jealous and you had a vision of it, that's insane. And there's proof of her doing it with the other daughter too when Grace and Ben left. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
you know,
That's horrifying.
When mom's around dad, it gets crazy. So we'll just go with dad. Like, isn't that possible? Like more than
When
like,
mom's around dad, mom gets crazy. Me and dad
Neither is Courtney.
left. You were still crazy.
Despite
the
them being
problem
there.
is not my father. You have an illusion about that.
Okay.
My dad is a good guy.
I don't think it was crazy.
Black and White
but
Spy,
it
they left
wasn't
long
like-
ago,
it
by
was
the
just
way.
a rough time. It wasn't crazy.
Charlie said to me when me and dad left and they were here alone with you that it was the worst time of his life.
I'm really sorry for that. I wish.
No,
it
you're
was-
not, because you want to put him back in that position.
No, it's what she was saying to Maggie. That Maggie told Grace on fucking video IRL, bro. Stop trying to fucking simp for an obvious fucking whacked out lady who's done terrible things to her kids in response to her husband doing terrible things in the situation too. It's so crazy. It's like, somebody has to be wrong. It's gonna be Ben because maybe Courtney will like you. Get off it, bro. That's what it sounds like. I know you're saying no, but can you not see that she's sociopathic and whacked out? That no normal person responds the way she's responding? This is fucking, it's part of the craze of watching the audience. Damn, the whole thing is crazy. Absolutely toxic. The whole thing is fucking
that's
crazy.
the worst experience of his life.
Okay. Yes, part-time, yes. And I think part of the reason why it was bad was
What? What does that mean?
because it was
But what we're seeing is the truth about Courtney's part in it. She could be a passive-aggressive sociopath and not have to be the aggressor as you think about it. See, that's you like virtue signaling because you're suggesting her being a woman doesn't mean that sociopathic passive-aggressive behavior isn't passive-aggressive and can be psychologically violent, especially in the case of what's being described. That shit is traumatic to people, especially your own daughter. She told her to off herself. She told her that she thought she was stealing her husband. That's insane.
Is not my father.
And there's more.
You have an illusion about that.
okay.
My dad is a good guy.
I don't think it was crazy, but it wasn't like, it was just a rough time. It wasn't crazy.
This ain't debate bros, bro.
Charlie said to me when me and dad
Don't try to
left and
play
they
the,
were here
you
alone
inferred,
with
I
you,
didn't
that it was
infer.
the worst
Give
time
it a
of
break,
his life.
Hans.
I'm really sorry for that. I wish.
No,
it
you're
was-
not, because you want to put him back in that position where he and
You're
his
smarter than
3
that.
younger siblings are living alone with you. He said that was the worst experience of his life.
Okay. Yes, part-time, yes. And I think part of the reason why it was bad was
What? What does that mean?
because it was unresolved. It was unresolved, and it was just like
So you abused your children because your relationship with their father was unresolved? Go
I
ahead
did
and tell that to the judge. Tell
I did
that.
not.
That'll work.
I did not abuse them.
You were emotionally neglectful. You were out of it. You were having mental issues, and you did not care for those children.
I did.
You did not provide food on time.
So some of this, whether you think that she's telling the truth or not, there's some root to this that gets her to feel this way. Whether all this is true, we don't know because we don't see it. We only hear the stories. We hear the attitudes of both sides. And I actually think Courtney's being, in her own mind, obviously earnest. She's engaging with this topic, but she's still not really there. It's odd.
You did not provide them with hygiene. You did not take care of them. You were out of it. They would tell me you would just sit on the couch and stare off for hours and hours, and they'd ask you a question, and you would not respond.
And Lizard Tree, yes, she's telling the kid she abused that she did not abuse her kids. It's not engaging with what the person across from her is saying to her. It's not saying, I'm sorry you felt that way. I'm sorry you experienced that. If that's true, how can I make it right? It's none of those things.
And then they'd ask you again, and you'd say, what? That's called abuse.
Sometimes, yes, they would ask me questions when I was texting or even like just sitting there, yes, and I didn't hear them because I was really deep in thought. But I did not sit on the couch for hours and hours staring. I did not do that.
Well, you did that in my childhood. You did that. So
I
I
didn't
believe
think
that.
I did.
Well, Mom, I don't think you understand. They are old enough to say that we don't want to live with our mother.
I understand that.
And if I go on Monday with them to the family courts and get a restraining order against you, then nobody's going to let you have custody over children who want.
Right here is the MO and the reasoning for retaliatory behavior on Courtney's part. She's being told that they're going to keep her away from the kids. It's pretty clear. By the way, if you're going to take legal action against somebody, don't tell them. It's a good rule.
A restraining order against you.
I understand that.
But you're just going to sit there and say you want joint custody.
Yes.
Mind you, she's living in her car right now. It's fairly delusional.
Well, I have nothing to say to that.
She doesn't have a job. She
I don't know what
doesn't
that could
cook for the
possibly
kids.
mean.
She won't pick them up when they call her.
That's like somebody.
And she's living out of her car, and she wants joint custody. It's a very hard sale.
Weren't you saying like, hey, take and your father was kind of like, yeah, take the RV and you can have the kids visit you there, and it's not like you guys weren't saying that. Like,
no thanks.
Okay, so she admits that Ben said, why don't you take the RV so you have somewhere to stay so the kids can come visit you. That's not something somebody who's being vitriolic or vicious does. Once again, concern about the kids from one side, and I'm not sure what to call this other than a lack of sensibility on the other.
Nope, I don't want it. So the offer's off the table.
Glasses
no, but what I'm
broken
saying
here?
is like, you were okay with me being around them then, and they presumably would have been okay with being around me then, but now, no. What's the difference? It was like yesterday.
Yeah, the old RV or
Visiting
oh
is
yeah, this is
different
when
than
they
custody.
just got that RV. That's right. And the engine
okay,
was
your
dead.
father
and
really
stuff.
didn't say much when I said joint custody. He didn't say like no.
Well,
So
by the
I
way,
assume-
just because the RV engine didn't work didn't mean she couldn't plug it into shore power. So any excuse for not being able to use the camper at that time, get a battery and or just plug it in. I've owned more than one RV, so the engine is not always necessary. Even the Jenny isn't always necessary, especially because he's talking about putting it outside of the big house. So there'd be power and access to the facilities. I mean, it's reasonable. It's what it suggests is that he was at some point reasonable
that he
to a
was like,
degree,
okay,
whatever
yeah,
that is.
Sure.
How it came out, we don't know. That could have come out as a Benism of being insane, so of course it wouldn't sound reasonable. So.
I heard what you did to Maggie. I've seen what you do to my siblings. I am not going to allow you to have joint custody over them. And neither are they. They're going to say, we don't want to live with our mother. You think they're just going to force kids to live with a woman they don't want to live with? All 5 of us, and maybe even John, come to the court and say, like, this woman, like, here's what she's done to us? You think they're just going to say, like, well, screw you guys. You have to live with her half the time. What?
I don't really know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do want joint custody.
So, do you guys understand from the point of view of anybody who's thinking clearly that this in itself is an action of a sociopathic intent? She doesn't know how, she doesn't know why, she just knows she wants the custody, which sets up the MO for retaliatory behavior to get that custody, because she can't at that moment in time. She has no job, she has not living anywhere, and the kids want to be with the dad, from what Grace is saying. And actually, we find out later on that the kids do say that.
Okay. You want it, but can you admit that you are not going to get it?
I don't know if that's true.
In what scenario do you see yourself getting joint custody?
I really don't know, but I think the lawyers can figure that out if it had to come to that. But I would rather I'd rather have a mediator and go a much cheaper, easier route, and to have a discussion about it with somebody. I would like this to be
all the mediator is going to say is, what do you want? You're going to say joint custody, and my dad's going to say that doesn't make any sense because it bumped it up, and the mediator is going to say, okay.
And see, I find this interesting because this is where Ben and Grace is talking has convinced Grace of something she doesn't really know at the time. Neither of them do. I do suspect that Courtney does know that if the evidence that was currently available at the time of the behaviors was put forward in front of a judge, that she wouldn't get custody, and that likely neither of them would. That something would be taken care of. They might have been given to Grace because she's an adult. But she mentions there, well, the lawyers, so she was already getting ready to enact something, it seems like. Oh, am I frozen? Uh-oh, what happened? Stand by. You can. Oh. Sorry, folks. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Sorry about that. Some reason, I guess I need to update the USB driver for that one. Thankfully, I figured that one out. Hey, technical spectacles. Off of topic, what kind of mic does a sound engineer use for streaming? I have a bunch of different mics, but currently, one of my favorite ones, because it's just got all the timbre that you get right, is this guy right here. It's a Rode mic. And I don't remember the number of this one. This is it's a K2. Hold on a second, if you can't see that. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get the camera wide enough. There it is. It's a K2. It's got a big giant ribbon in that bad boy. And actually, I use this for commercial work mostly. But it allows me to sit like way back off that mic and not use a shit ton of gain and still be crispy. And if you sit in its good zone, if you sit in it's good zone, you can tell it's just like because if you think I really sound like this in normal life, I do not. A fucking character. Anyways, I've been pretty open about that. Thank you, Mr. Sky. I so appreciate you being here, by the way. All right, let's get back at it.
Yeah, I can see how that doesn't really make sense. And apparently, you're just gonna sit there and say, "I want joint custody."
Well, I mean, maybe the mediator.
Me and my siblings' money is not going to that, Courtney.
By the way, I also have a bunch of fucking filtering and stuff on it so that it stays the same volume, and I have a gate on it which bothers the hell out of me. It probably is less noticeable out there, but except when like that shit. But it's because I have air conditioning that as soon as the air conditioning kicks in, it's like anyway.
Way. I fucking mediated enough of your fucking bullshit. Fuck you and mediation.
See, that's the stuff where it's like, okay, Grace is 20, now she's being hyperbolic, and she gotta get at her mom, and yeah, okay. As an adult, this is where you go, okay. Now making it better.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I think it's normal, like, to have a mediator sit down and help out with an arrangement. I don't see why that's such a threat. We get 2 hours free. Why not even give it a shot?
Because it's going to be the same thing. There's just going to be another
No,
person
she's
there
right.
who says,
They should have
okay,
tried
can
that
we do
shit.
this or
Courtney is
this?
right in that case.
What do you think they're going to offer you? Well, maybe, Courtney, you can't get joint custody, but you could get partial custody?
They might know, like, what, like, generally
What kind of
happens.
secret way?
They might know more about, like, the laws in Rhode Island and what generally happens in these situations and be able to kind of smooth things over.
A mediator?
Okay, so there's something there. What does she mean by smooth things over? And what about the laws? Because she's concerned about how the laws affect her case, obviously, but
I think it's a good first
it's interesting.
step.
Interesting language.
But you realize, Courtney, that you are on a live stream with your daughter, who you have admitted that for 5 years you have traumatized by accusing her of being your husband's mistress.
I didn't admit that. You said it. I did not admit it.
You said the reason I said those things. So you did admit that you said those things.
I would say that those things that were said, I think it's a complicated situation, and I'm not, because of all the stuff going on, I don't really want to say, like, I said this or I said that. I get it. Like, this is a complicated situation.
Well, you said it. You admitted to it. So, you want to go there. You did say it.
I don't know what to say, Grace. Like,
Wow. Let's run that back one more time, because that is an admission. Even if you don't say something, that's pretty clearly an admission.
You are on a live stream with your daughter, who you
Denial
have
and then
admitted
admission,
that for 5
which is
years
so
you have
wild.
traumatized by accusing her of being your husband's mistress.
I didn't admit that. You said it. I did not admit it.
You said
Why would you
the
say
reason
it,
I
then?
said those things. So you did admit that you said those things.
I would say that those things that were said, I think it's a complicated situation, and I'm not, because of all the stuff going on, I don't really want to say, like, I said this or I said that. I get it. Like, this is a complicated situation.
Well, you said
Why-
it. You admitted to it.
What does that
So-
exactly mean? That you didn't say this or did say that? That's a very, very deflective response to what should just be that's not true.
You want to go there. You did say it.
And Grace seems pretty resolute. Whether she's trying to manipulate, we don't really, do we know?
I don't know what to say, Grace. Like, obviously, like,
She clearly
wouldn't
wants
make
to
a lot of sense
get her
for me
mom to say it.
one way or the other what has happened.
Wow. That's
No, it wouldn't make sense for you to say the truth. But
Well,
if you
when
don't want to say the truth because you're afraid it'll get you criminally prosecuted,
When litigation is being threatened, it's not wise to
tell the truth.
say all kinds of things. Not wise, no.
It's not wise to tell the truth.
It's not wise. It's not wise to try to
I agree.
answer questions. No, it is not
I agree.
wise.
If somebody is threatening you with prosecuting you for crimes,
if you don't have anything to fear, then you don't have anything to hide. If you don't have anything to hide, then you didn't say anything. But if you're hiding something because you have some weird fear, then Ernie Shell would say, it's all a movie, kid. It's all a movie. It's all a movie, kids. And by the way, I've got a new Lightning Tiger thingy you won't get in the mail, and ignore I'm in prison right now. Is he out yet? That poor guy. I talk about a hard life. Ernie Shell. That's a whole other character. Lightning Tiger. Actual golden cover. Actual golden paint on
admitted
this.
you shouldn't admit to those
necklace.
crimes, even though you have done them, right? I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe he's in jail right now, or prison.
Gibbon, okay, Gibbon says, I am genuinely curious.
I saw his, by the way, I saw his mugshot, and he was wearing orange jumpers, so that suggests maybe county. He had warrants out for his arrest, and they finally caught up to him. And I believe, yeah, there's more to that story, but it's way off topic.
He wants joint custody. I have a theory, but go ahead, go ahead. Why do you want joint custody?
I want joint custody because I think I can provide my kids with the time that I have with them with a stable, good life.
In a car?
No, not in a car, obviously.
Well, you're in a car.
Right, which is why it would be nice if I could get some money to get an apartment.
Why should you get money for an apartment?
So that I could take care of my kids.
This is a problem right away. That's not how that works. If you go off on your own and you're the other adult, you got to make a life for yourselves and set yourself up. It's just how it is. You can claim that Ben didn't give her this, or Ben didn't, no, at this point she's no longer, she's off on her own. She's another adult. Ernie, help me pick your name. His women tigers are not liking labia. I don't know. What? I don't understand. What? What? Huh? Why wouldn't they like? What? What? I don't get it. What's not to like about labia? Come on, people. Anyways.
But why? You have, there's an established line of you abusing your children.
Yes, very, very. I agree. Very pretty.
I don't think I abused them.
You admitted to it. You can say all you want. I mean, it's on tape. You admitted to it.
Yes, I understand that.
It's on tape. You admitted to it. And yes, she understands it. That's an admission. That's a fucking admission. The body language, too. Run, Grace, run. That's why, this is why they're saved gracers, by the way.
I have an audio recording of you saying, I don't want to be your mother anymore. Goodbye, kids.
Yes, you do. There's a lot of stuff against me. I understand that.
Pretty fucking damning.
I mean, so you want us to give you money so that your kids who do not want to live with you and have, as of now, basically no relationship with you, so that you can fight to have them live with you? What are you talking about?
Yes, it's abuse.
I don't
She's
really
admitting
think
to abuse.
like the kids nor you or any of you guys should be really too much a part of this process. I think it should be between your father and I.
Oh, so the children that you have abused shouldn't be part of the process of where they live or which parents they go with.
They will be in the court. Yes, they will be in the court. They will be asked that. Yes.
They haven't as of
That
yet,
is
by
part
the way.
of the process, I think.
So the kids should be involved in the process.
They have to be, and I wish that would never happen.
Well,
that's a refreshing point of view that we haven't heard so far, is that there's concern from Courtney about the children being involved in experiencing this. That's a first in this whole conversation. That it coming this late is pretty wild.
With Dad for 5 fucking years! I'm your child!
I know that, Grace.
You're such a fucking, you are unbelievable. You know that? You are an unbelievable person. You are unbelievable. You hate me.
No, I don't.
You hate me.
No,
you
I don't.
make me ill.
I don't hate you.
You hate me. The meaning of hatred is to wish somebody harm. You
I don't
wish
wish you
me
harm.
harm. You're happy when I'm sick. You're happy when I leave in the rain, driving half
Let's
an
just
hour.
think about for a second the fact that Grace feels this way. Whatever the reality is, the fact that Grace feels like this, that's a horrible thing. That's nightmarish. How much of it is acting up to manipulate the emotion? Does it really matter at this point? Feeling that way would be unthinkable. That's a terrorizing situation in itself.
Away, and I'm in a cold garage by myself. You say, because you're demonic, you flip it on its head and you say, that's because I want you to get some sleep, Grace. And then you don't even come over here to take care of the guys, so I have to drive all the way back.
I'm sorry.
So much? Why did you come over?
I'm sorry that that's what happened. I'm sorry I said that.
Well, you don't give a shit, obviously.
I do care. It was a bad decision on my part, and I'm sorry that you had to drive all the way over there and come all the way back. I'm really sorry about that.
No, you're not.
I am.
Why? So why would you be torturing me right now if you're so sorry? Why would you be sitting there saying, I want joint custody, even though there's no way that you could possibly get joint custody?
Unless, of course, you created a situation where that would just be a given. How would one do that? Oh. Make sure that you get Ben in as much trouble as you possibly can. Make sure that Grace and Ben are separated from the family. That'd be a way. And look at this. A year later, year and a half, that's what's happened. The roles have flipped. Why? Not because Grace has complained, but because Courtney complained about something that didn't happen to her.
I think because of the way things have been going, it's been tough, but I think if we separated and things were kind of written down, then joint custody would make sense. Things would be resolved and I could be the mother.
Okay, so another thing occurs to me, well, that's what Grace was trying to do at the beginning of the stream, although it should be done by Ben and Courtney. That was the offer initially, was to get that pen down, and she didn't want to do that at the beginning of the stream. So that's like gaslighting shit. I didn't want to do that 40 minutes ago, but now I want to do that.
That I would like to be.
Fuck, that's crazy.
Joint custody, when you told your daughter to kill her, that you hope she dies, when you had your daughter commit educational fraud to the Department of Education to cover your ass for not educating your children for years upon years upon years. You had me sign the papers with your name. You had me fabricate the documents. You had me write the homework to pretend we've been educated.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know anything about that? Well,
what a fucking crazy response. I don't know anything about that. Whoa. By the way, these are heavy allegations. These are crazy allegations going on, and the response of I don't know anything about that. Wow.
The documentation, so.
Okay.
You sat there, you gave me the laptop, and you said, Grace, fake it. Fake that we did homeschooling this year for each of the guys. And you promised me. You know what's the saddest part?
I don't remember that. It's not a denial. Why wouldn't you remember that? Wow.
You promised me every time that you would do something nice for me after I committed fucking fraud for you, and you never did it. Not once. You never actually did something nice.
And I gotta point out the pain in Courtney's face and the lack of, well, engaging with the topic at all directly. Holy shit, that's some foul shit.
Take me somewhere. You just fucking used me. And you'd make me go in and hand them the documents because I was a kid, so they'd take them from me. And you made me fucking scramble around, coming up with all of the reports for my fucking 5 siblings. And fake the grades and fake the books that we read and fake the math and write the reports and I would have to write with my left hand to fake Charlie and Tommy's childish writing, right? And you said, yeah, do that. Year after year, like for 6 years straight at least. You did that, and the attendance cards, I remember I would print them, and I'd have to sit there filling out, oh, maybe we missed 16 days this year. And that's just one of the things. How about when Dad was working?
Holy shit, that's gnarly.
Living in the
She
house.
says nothing. She just looks angrily.
He was working all day teaching.
Wow.
He'd come home and try to catch the rats and kill them and put out poison. You left the kitchen disgusting, moldy dishes every day. You'd sit there and tell me to clean up all of it.
By the way, that's normally known as
Disgusting.
neglect, folks.
Grime coating the cabinets.
What's being described as neglect.
Mouse and rat feces everywhere. Sometimes in the food. Every box of cereal nibbled at. The bag was nibbled at. We knew mice or moths or rats had been in there. You were staying at home. You didn't have a job.
That's
How
not.
did you explain that?
Okay, I think you're getting the timeline a bit confused.
How are you going to explain that? No, that was before Abyssinia.
Wait. No, that was before Abyssinia. That was before the restaurant, she's saying. Oh, yeah. This stuff goes way back.
How are you going to explain the rats? Why didn't you fucking clean the kitchen? Why didn't you tell your children? Why didn't you have chores? Why? And you want custody?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Taking John when you were frustrated, taking him by the hair, pulling him around the house like this, smashing his face into the granite countertops because you were upset?
One more time.
Taking John when you were frustrated, taking him by the hair, pulling him around the house like this, smashing his face into the granite countertops because you were upset? And because he was like a sweet boy and you could do that to him? You couldn't do it to me. I wouldn't let you do that, but you did it to him. You're gonna get custody?
No denial? No response? No nothing? The fuck?
Like, you could just sit there. You know all of that happened. How about shoving me upstairs in an attic for 5 years during the restaurant and having me watch your children for 10 or 12 hours every day when I was 8 years old till I was 12 years old. About that? How about that one?
Well, to be fair, Grace, you know, your dad has responsibility for that too. Because he's a parent too. But that being held in an attic, that's probably the space where they had for them, you know, above the restaurant or something.
I think there's a lot of stuff against me, but I'd like some money so I can get an apartment, joint custody, and I'd like to stream. So I don't see really what the problem is.
Once again, thank you to Dr. Computer Shop for keeping this material out there. I think it's important that we have this and recognize the broader situation, that there isn't just one side of the story, that the unusual behavior does not just apply to one of the parties, that the bad behavior can be spread around, and that the real victims here are the children experiencing the trauma of other people's psychosis on them. Has Ben been driven to madness by her, or was she driven to madness by him, or do they drive each other to madness? We don't know. But what we do know is that the woman above me has done questionable things and admitted to them right here on film in front of you. She admits to making up the story. She admits to passing the rumor.
It's from the 80s, just ahead.
We shouldn't take light of that. We should recognize it as something important in the course of the story. But otherwise, the real question here, the real issue comes in when we start talking about the toll on all of these people. The toll on their spirit, the toll on their minds. That the folks in the audience want somebody to win, as we saw here. When there are no winners, there is just trauma, psychosis. And right now, Grace and Ben, homeless, trying to make their way out. And many other people, as Hurricane would point out, that there's people out there that would be willing to side or argue or fight against just the observation of the situation. That if you're to not take a side for either party, but to support the fact that the kids are the ones who paid the price. Oh, we can all believe what we want to believe about that. I would say that these two fairly unwell people drove each other to a form of madness. That's what I see. I see trauma and trauma bonding. I see a lot of people doing wrong. And I don't see an innocent person above me. It's the fact of life, my friends, that things are never just Occam's razor between humans. As a matter of fact, most things are very complex and complicated. There's nuance and agenda. But to take what is in front of you and obvious is the only thing we can. And with that, I remind you, my friends, that we are the only ones who stand in the way of obfuscation, of lies, of story, of the separation from, well, the idea that everything you see is real, when some of it is manipulation, and some of it is show, when some of it is real. That the suspension of disbelief no longer exists in our world. Rather, the suspension of belief first. And that's the unhealthy portion of this. That rather than having empathy, then rather than having a sensitivity to the larger system or subject of the matter, we would take sides like a team and bury our head in the sand. My friends, you know what I say about this. Because when you see somebody next to the tracks, their head down, and that bar is coming in real low, there's simply only one thing that any of us can do. I hope you know what that is. It's pretty simple. You raise your head, you raise your voice, and you let them know Look up.
When you did approach her,
She was just like taking a good look, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, look up, they'll save you from the getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, look up. Look up, look up. It'll save you from the getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, and fly. Ain't no basement girl smashing that surprises never wave at the hand. Look up, the world needs you to look up, so we know who you are. Best in dwellers, fearing light. Mamas and sisters scared of truth. Nationalists fighting to be the biggest brutes. Look up, the world needs to raise your head. Look up, it'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yells out. Look up, look up.
Thank you so much for joining me. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like on your way out, and if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Thanks for being in the shorts chat and over here. Thanks for engaging. Clearly, Courtney didn't stick around, so didn't put the call in up because I hadn't seen her in a while. So in any case, I would love to get further information if she would like to call in on another show. Tomorrow I will be doing an editing stream, so the call-in line will be open to talk about what you saw today, as well as other stuff. So yeah, hope you're all doing well, and thank you for being here. Don't forget the most important thing, my friends, keeping our head high and never forgetting to look up.